today on how we got here and how we are having this study session on enterprise risk management. So as you recall, this year we did have a couple of sessions on trends in higher education, and Carrie and I polled the board on different topics, the board leadership on different topics on what they wanted to hear about, and enterprise risk management was near the top. And so we've been working with Baker Tilly for quite a while now on this topic. And so we asked them to kind of give us a demo of a talk that they've given to numerous boards of trustees, from what I understand, and then worked with Trustee Erlinson and Trustee Jana Johnson to kind of preview the presentation, make sure it was going to be something that would be good and relevant for the trustees. And so today with us, we have Audrey Lindquist from Baker Tilly, as well as John Rogula online with us from Baker Tilly. Good morning, John. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Audrey and John.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it, Amy. If we could share the presentation. Excellent. And then if we could just go forward one slide, that would be appreciated. What we wanted to cover with you today, and very much appreciate the opportunity to share this with you. We'll be doing introductions here in a moment, but really we organized this into three areas for discussion today. First, Audrey's going to cover off the board's responsibility for risk oversight. Right? So what do we see as the expectations for boards? And we're really going to dive into each of the component areas with regards to board's responsibility, have a dialogue. And then in the second half of that discussion, we'll actually pull forward a tool and have you collaborate with us on having a discussion with regards to how mature do you feel these components are in the Minnesota state system. After Audrey takes us through that and we have a discussion around the oversight capabilities, then I'll take us into the second discussion, which is really around enhancing risk management to support the board's role with regards to oversight. And again, we'll break into each of the components and have a brief dialogue about what do we see as a leading practice. And then again, we'll leverage this risk synergy asset to have a conversation of where would you like to see, or where do you see opportunities for enhancement against the existing program. And then at the end, we'll have about 10 minutes available for Q&A. Certainly we'll take questions throughout. Don't need to reserve them for the last 10 minutes of the 90. But we will reserve that time specifically. We can go on to the next slide. So introductions. I'll go ahead, Audrey. I'll introduce myself. Then if you want to introduce yourself, and then we can go right into logging into the risk synergy tool. But as introduced, I'm John Rogula. I'm a managing director with Baker Tilly's risk advisory practice. I've been in the enterprise risk management consulting space now for over 20 years. 14 of those, I was the global enterprise risk management lead. Practice lead for a Big Four. I really like to focus in on working with my clients and their boards on enhancing and driving the most value from enterprise risk management. We all make a big investment in enterprise risk management, both from a resources and dollars and a resources and time. And I just strongly feel that if we're going to make that investment, let's get the most value driven from that. And the way we do that is through helping it enable our strategy and help it enable our performance overall, to be equal, not just a threat detector, but also an opportunity identifier. With that, Audrey?
Sure. Hello, everybody. Glad to be here and meet you all. I'm Audrey Lindquist with Baker Tilly, also with John. John and I have worked together for a number of years. I also had joined Baker Tilly about a year ago with John, and we both worked together at that Big Four firm doing enterprise risk management. I have over 20 years experience working in enterprise risk management. I've worked for consultant organizations. I've worked for software providers who provide software around enterprise risk management. actually worked internally doing ERM. And I've, now in this risk advisory role along with John in the practice that Baker Tilly has around enterprise risk management. And I've worked with a large number of higher ed institutions. I've also worked with hundreds of organizations, public, private, and very large, very small organizations in implementing, starting up, building, defining ERM, and maturing ERM. So I've seen organizations who have everything from absolutely nothing, how do we start ERM, to all the way to, we have a very mature ERM program, how do we, enhance what we have. And so I really like to work with organizations to look for opportunities for growth and enhancement. I think that's a lot of what we're going to talk about here today, is really focusing in on what, as a board, your role is with risk oversight, and then where are there opportunities for enhancement within that.
Great.
Right.
Thanks, Audrey. Move on to the icebreaker.
John, hang on just a second.
Sure.
John's sound quality is not good. And I don't know if it's his system or our system, but if you can get closer or whatever.
Yeah,
John,
I can lean in a little bit. Is that any better?
a little bit.
Okay, do this. I'll also try logging in on my phone. Perhaps if I use my phone for audio, and we can use the screen for video, see if that works better. But I could do that during the icebreaker, Audrey.
Okay. So we're going to start off with next. There is a QR code in front of you. Everybody has a QR code. If there is anybody online who is joining, there is a link in the chat, I believe, that we can put in there. Carrie, I think you're the one who can paste it into the link there. You're in the back of the room if you'd like to participate, or we will share up on the screen what they will see on their phones. This is what we're going to do is an exercise. This is a fun exercise to just get you used to what the tool is, because then we will use this to then assess how you think the maturity of the program, of your enterprise risk and your risk oversight is. So it's a pretty simple, easy exercise that we wanted to do here today. So if you click it, those of you who have the QR code in front of you, click on it. You should be brought up to a landing screen. And I just want to make sure everybody is able to get into the tool and you're able to see. Is anybody having problems? There's a little join session, click on that and then be able to get into the tool, and you should be brought up to a page. And this is being shared on the screen. Carrie is logging in. If you click on join session, Carrie, let's have you do that as well. And this is where everybody should be. Yeah, that's exactly it. You're in the right spot. Okay. What you should see on your phone should be what's also up on the screen. Anybody having issues with that? Oh, well, this is the beginning of the exercise. There you go. Somebody's already typed that in. So here's what we need you to do. At the bottom of the screen, you will see an input box. And if you just click in there, it's a very simple exercise. We just want you to type in something. This is our brainstorming exercise. This gets you used to understanding how to input data into the tool. So, and you can see my bed is a lovely place to be, I guess. This gets you comfortable with entering data into the tool, and what it is, it's a collaboration tool. So what we do with this is we take a look at what are the risks when we do a risk assessment here. And this allows you to understand what other people are thinking and see that. The reason I'm having you do all of this is because we are going to use this for the next part, which is really how then we, there's no right answer, by the way. There's no right answer. You're allowed to input anything you want. Keep it clean. All right. this is a quick exercise to give you some of the way that this works. I'm going to, and I redirect you to this, I'm going to redirect you to the second exercise, which is indicative of what we're going to then do for the voting session here later. And what this does is, as you can see, some of the items that were listed here are now, that you listed, are now listed here in front of you. And we'd like you to vote on your desire to visit each of these places. And it's really just clicking on low, medium, or high for each of these. And this is really what we're going to be doing later to assess the maturity of the program. So it's going to be a very similar exercise. We just wanted you to have a feel for how this works. When you can just click on low, medium, high, no right answer for each of those. There's a blue circle with a check mark in it. You can click on that to submit your results, and then we'll just take a look at all the results as a whole. Yes, you do. I'm going to move us to the results. The results don't matter in this case, but just want you to see what we're going to do then as we look at results. And this is the important part of what we will see at the end of the session is what does everybody think? And it's a very quick collaboration methodology that allows us to see what does everybody think. Paris by far was the highest voted here, as some of the other ones are a little bit lower. So we can quickly see what everybody's thinking and have a discussion about that. That's the point that we'll get back to later. So just wanted you to get familiar with the tool, logged in. We'll come back to this then in a little bit. So you can just leave it set aside. And Carrie, if you could jump back to the PowerPoint then. All right, John, back to you.
Great. And I'm working on the audio, but I'll speak up loud and hopefully it's a little bit better for now. So the workshop objectives, one, we want to help you align on the board's ERM oversight roles and responsibilities and what those look like. Understand how an enterprise risk management framework can help the board fulfill those roles and responsibilities. Have clarity on the different ERM program components and what's needed in an ERM program in order to help you deliver against those oversight roles and responsibilities. We'll perform a walkthrough of an example risk with you, and then also help you identify gaps and enhancement opportunities with regards to the program at Minnesota State. If we move forward onto the purpose, we can go back one. So our purpose, it's really to offer practical insights to the robust ERM framework, our governance structure, what are best practices to enable the board with regards to its duties and to do so with confidence. And by strengthening the ERM knowledge, we're hoping that this workshop will empower you to make informed decisions, enhance the risk resilience of the system, and really foster a proactive culture around risk and risk management. The Enterprise Risk Management Study Session is designed to, one, bring you leading insights with regards to practices on risk oversight and responsibilities around ERM, how ERM is an enabler to that, and then lastly, what are the opportunities for us to enhance the ERM reporting and monitoring specifically to the board for you to all feel confident in your role of oversight of the ERM program. And again, we're going to engage you using that risk synergy tool that we just walked you through an icebreaker on, really to engage you and help identify where you feel are the most opportunities for enhancement with regards to the program today. Any questions? All right, was the audio any better or should I keep working on it?
It is louder, yes.
All right, so it's good enough?
Yes.
All right, great. That saves me a lot of work, so I appreciate it. All right, Audrey, do you want to take us through the first section then? Appreciate it.
Sure, I will. And I know John hasn't said this, but he has had every intention to get here. There are a couple of things outside of his control. He was supposed to be here in person, so I know he wishes he was here in person. So, and here we are. First half of this is about you as the board understanding what your role is for risk oversight and really digging into what does risk oversight mean at the board level and understanding the components of that. Because if we have to enhance what you're doing, we have to understand what are the components and then where are there potentially gaps in what you're doing and how can we provide ways and methods of thinking through how you improve. So one thing as a trustee of the system, I want to anchor to what your overall role is in terms of risk oversight. And I have this one sentence that I really like to anchor to, which is, your foremost duty is to safeguard and advance the institution's mission, reputation, and resources. And what I mean by that really is two things. Safeguarding the system mission and resources and reputation is what you would expect, right? When we're talking about risk oversight, we want to make sure that we are protecting the assets, intellectual, physical, that we are achieving the mission and protecting everything that could potentially hinder the ability to achieve that. But I think the other element that we have to consider here with risk oversight is understanding advancing. And that is what you're here also to do. The system itself has to advance with the world, with changes, has to have new academic areas that you get into, new teachings, new campuses, new technology. You have to advance what you're doing in order to really achieve the mission. And that means taking on risk, new areas, new risk. That does not mean that you have to take on risk blindly. And that's really what risk oversight is about, is understanding where do you take risk that is in alignment with what the board is setting as the direction, as well as then where do you maybe not take risk, what's appropriate to avoid, and how do you safeguard? So it's balancing that safeguard and balancing that still advancing the mission and allowing you as a board to provide that direction. So that's what we're going to really talk about with risk oversight. Apologies, this clicker is a little, oh, let's see, now I advanced too much. Okay. We start with an overview. There's 5 areas that we want to focus in on when you think of risk oversight that are the responsibilities and the components of the board's risk oversight. And so this is understanding what do you need to do and how do you lead in terms of risk oversight to be able to safeguard and achieve that mission. And we'll go through each one of these individually. And the idea is at the end of me speaking, going through each one of these, you are going to get to vote on then where you feel the system is very strong or might need improvement in each one of these 5 areas. So, and that helps us identify where there might be potential opportunities, right? So understanding what makes up each component is what we're going to talk about next. So risk governance, just a very quick oversight of what are these 5 areas, but then we'll dig into each of them. Risk governance is about building a framework, understanding what are the mechanisms in place that we have to execute on as a system to be able to manage the risks, and building that culture of risk awareness so that people in everyday life are thinking about how to manage risk. 2 is strategic oversight, really understanding as a board where are there risks within the operations, what are the risks and are they being identified in a timely manner, and then how do you prioritize them and assess them, and ensuring that that is happening at the campuses and the universities. 3rd is policy and compliance. This one I think is pretty traditional. We have to maintain compliance with laws, regulations, and ensuring that we are adhering to local, state, and federal regulations. But on top of that, it's managing a key areas that are particularly relevant in today's world. And we'll talk about what those are as well. 4th is monitoring and reporting. as a board, you are not managing the risks, but you should be receiving information about how the risks are being managed within the different system entities. And to do that, you have to receive regular reports. And so what information do you need to receive to be able to provide the right guidance? And then fifth is crisis management in terms of leadership and understanding how you maintain the leadership and plan for crises that could potentially happen. And that's a key element also in today's world. So those are the 5 areas that we want to look into that really make up risk oversight as your role on the board. Any questions before you delve into each one of these? Okay. So let's start with risk governance. And, oh yeah, go ahead.
I assume that when you're talking about these 5 components, it's broader than what our chief auditor is bringing to the table, or not?
Yes, it is. An audit is one component that you will see actually as part of our monitoring and reporting elements to make sure that what the system and the people within the system, the administrators are saying we are doing to mitigate and manage risk is actually happening. So audit is a component of that because it's to provide that assurance it's happening, and we're not just saying it is. So that is one of the key components of this. Yes, it's actually, I think, part of our number 4. That's not it. That's a component of it. It's not the whole element of it. This is much broader than that. That is correct. Okay, so risk governance. This one starts with understanding how the board sets expectations around risk. Typically, you start this with providing boundaries. What's expected of students, faculty, staff, administrators, different leaders within all of the different system entities. And the idea here is what's acceptable, what's not, what are our boundaries? Typically, that's laid out in a code of conduct. And that is something I believe you have in place and you've thought through and documented. And that's usually the first step. Second step being, how then do you communicate and ensure that people read that, understand it, and act by it? And so understanding that the standards that you set there need to be followed, and how do you enforce it, right? So that could be things like having training on the code of conduct. It is onboarding when you bring on staff, faculty, making them attest to having read it. It might be also at the student level, making sure that they have that as when they are joining the university as a student, understanding that they are part of the system as well. So that's all the way from a student all the way up to the board here is understanding this is how we as an organization, an overall system manage risk, and it's laid out. And so it goes beyond creating a document, it's enforcing that document and building a culture around that. And that culture of risk awareness is not always something that is easily done. It's hard. I mean, building a culture is about communication. It is about repetitiveness. It is about having employees being able to report back without fear of retaliation and providing that safe space to understand where there are problems so that they can be addressed without actually having that retaliation. Because you as an organization want to understand where there's problems so you can fix them, and not necessarily so you can go after the individuals who have reported them. So that all builds a culture and that education of what is appropriate and not appropriate for any of the state system schools and universities is really where you start. And then the third element here is a risk framework. And John will show a risk framework later. But really what we're talking about is, are there processes, systems, protocols in place to understand risk? What are the risks? Are there processes to identify, assess the risks, prioritize the risks? And then what are the strategies that are in place to mitigate the risks and monitor that? And so each element of those we'll walk through, but the framework itself sets out what each of the presidents and each of the campuses need to be doing at their level so that the system as a whole understands where there's risk. So those are the elements that make up governance. So it's really providing the structure around what are our boundaries of risk, where do we want as an organization to think about risk as in a daily basis. You know, our students, our staff, our faculty, what are they doing on a daily basis? They always are guided by this code of conduct as well as our communications of that. Go ahead.
I liked in the opening that you talked about managing risk, which is generally negative things that big institutions I feel are better at doing. Taking risks to avoid risk, right? Like no longer existing. We have lots of big companies that don't exist anymore. Sears comes to mind. How do you inspire, I'll use Andy Grove's famous line, only the paranoid survive, the former CEO of Intel, who mentored a lot of current entrepreneurs. The only reason new businesses are successful is because the big businesses don't take risk, right? And then you can take them out or take them down. Generally, and otherwise, big companies would crush everyone else. And we're a big company. We just happen to be a public higher ed system. So as we go through this, I think a lot of us in the past risk, whatever enterprise risk management, we think of it as preventing bad things, like, you know, a shooting on campus or something like that. Of course, that's important, but also how do we inspire a culture of risk taking and allow that to thrive? Sometimes you have to fail, right, to learn. So.
And I think your point, sometimes you have to fail to learn, is appropriate. That goes back to setting that culture and allowing space for mistakes to happen and for people to bring issues forward that then can be addressed. I think the other element is planning. So as you look to take on new risk, as you had said, you have to do things differently. You have to take risks. Taking risks absolutely has to be part of your business, but you have to take risks considering the right measures, right? And I think that's what risk oversight is really about. Have we considered the best methods and the best ways to take on risk? Is this an appropriate risk for our culture, for our code of conduct that we've outlined in our roles and responsibilities? Does this align with what we want to do? And if it does, and you're taking on the right risks and you've thought it through, that's absolutely fine. What we try to shy away from is just taking risk blindly, because that is, you know, you have to be careful about how you take risk. And that's what this is meant to provide.
Audrey, just a follow up. When I got on the board, it really took a hard look at the title of trustee. We are entrusted by the people of the state of Minnesota to do the right thing. I really appreciate the conversation about risk. My guess is there's no playbook, if I'm to be honest, where the line is for the folks who are sitting here with me to manage risk. When you have your own business, for example, people do audacious, crazy, you only hear about the inspired ones. You don't hear about the 80% of businesses that fail. You hear about the ones that make it. Somebody did some crazy, audacious thing. Crazy and audacious doesn't really hit with the word trustee to me. And so I'm interested. No, well, I live among an odd lot here. But I want to know if anyone has done enough research, thought leaders, people, if you can tell us at any given point when we're managing risk, and it's exactly as Dawn suggests, to do nothing, it is a risk. To do something is a risk. Where is the line? And I know you can't tell us for certain. I'm just kind of broad strokes here, asking you to think about an institution such as this that has an enormous burden of public responsibility on us. And so how far afield might we go without knowing we can see the end game? That's my question.
And I think that's what this framework is meant to do. There is no right or wrong. You're absolutely right. but there is right or wrong for this group to make decisions. And you have to have the right information at the right time and understand what are the risks, what are the benefits, and understand that information. You need that data to be able to make a decision. And then that decision is up to this board. That decision, there is not a line that says, yes, it's right or wrong. There is a decision that needs to be made, but you need information. And that information is what this is meant to give you. Is you need risk-based information about what's happening on campuses, what's happening at the universities. You need to understand what's working, what's not, so then you can then make those decisions. And I think that's really what the framework is allowing you to do.
Can I do a quick follow-up? I'm just curious, how many institutions that are of this scope have an Amy Jorgensen? How many people have this much robust effort at audit and risk management? Because I'm pretty proud of the fact that that's a part of this system, and I'm curious to know how frequent you see something like this.
I would say not that frequent. I've seen at higher ed institutions everything from, we have an internal audit person who teaches our students. So they use the students to run a mock audit, and that's our audit. To something a lot more robust like you have here, which I think it depends on, the culture of every organization, the culture of the university, the institution, their funding, how large they are, obviously dependent on a number of factors. However, I would say that you do, in general, having an Amy here already set the bar above, which is great. And this is what we're outlining what there is, what is making up your risk oversight. And you are going to have the ability to then weigh in on where you think you're successful, how we're doing, and where there might be gaps. And so, by having Amy and somebody in her role, you are really doing, a step above for some others. You're welcome.
Audrey, if I could add two thoughts here. And so coming back to the first question with regards to people going rogue, right, is how I would describe it. One element of an enterprise risk management framework is risk appetite, right? And I'm not sure if you have risk appetite today, but they would be statements with regards to the trustees' opinions and then the executives' opinions to the types of risk we're willing and not willing to take in pursuit of our objectives, as well as how much risk. And those really are the guiding post. I think of bowling, and when you have a young person, they put the rails up so they can't bowl it into the gutter. Very similar to that. Risk appetite is really the intent is for those to be those gutter rails to keep you from going off the tracks. So that was one thought. And then with regards to how much we see it in other higher eds, I would say it's increasing significantly. A number of our clients, Audrey's and mine currently, are higher ed that are doing similar activities, ensuring that they're identifying the right risk, looking at their long-term strategy. Enterprise risk management is not issue management. I think we need to delineate that, right? It's really to be forward-looking and understanding what's emerging that we need to consider now so we're prepared in the future, right? I would also share that NC State has a higher ed ERM symposium that they hold every year, which a number of universities attend and share thoughts around ERM and what they're doing and what could be better. Ohio State has their Risk Institute where they have monthly calls with regards to enterprise risk management practices. So this isn't new to the space, and it's continuing to mature rather rapidly. And hopefully my audio is better. I found a switch and I turned it way up. So I'm hoping it's not too loud at this point.
If I may, just quickly, so I did attend the North Carolina State Symposium last year and learned a lot from other higher ed institutions. So there is a robustness around it, depending on which institution it is. But the point that I want to make, Trustee Tepper, is that what we're trying to do here today is to show that there actually is an art and a science behind risk management where you can actually track it and see it and understand what's happening in terms of is a risk coming to an acceptable space? Are we managing it correctly? There's a lot to this enterprise risk management framework and that's what we're trying to kind of educate today. So there actually are tools to be able to more visually see and understand what our risks are and how we're mitigating them.
And we'll move on, I think, to that element. The next element that we wanted to talk about is building the risk oversight structure is, we call it strategic oversight. And this is understanding as a board, what are the risks of each of the different institutions, and are they being identified appropriately, frequently enough, and then how do you evaluate those risks? So this is not an activity that the board is doing, but you should be receiving information and understanding that each of the different campuses, universities need to be considering what are the risks to their particular academic and location, and have a system in place to identify those risks. Many organizations do annual risk assessments. That is an annual risk assessment, often and most frequent enough to get the right information. Some organizations don't even look at risk on an annual basis. Some look at it every 3 years. Is that enough? Each of the universities and the institutions need to be considering, how are we identifying the risks? Are the right people involved in that exercise? And in addition to that, do we look externally? So many times we have some organizations who say they have 1 or 2 individuals who just say, I know what all the risks are, we manage this, we got it, here's our list. But they're not considering external viewpoints, they're not considering other people within the institution and different functions. There's all kinds of risks coming from different areas, and all of that needs to be brought together. And that process to identify risks is not necessarily something that one person can do. So understanding, is that right process happening so that the right risks are identified? And the flip side of that is, if you know what the risks are, you have to be able to then evaluate the risks appropriately, because not every risk is the same. So for example, we understand that there's going to be some students who trip and fall over stairs and there's a slight accident, and that's a risk, it happens, but that's a much different safety risk than a school shooting event, like you mentioned, something like that. Much different magnitude, much different impact, and needs a different response. So understanding the evaluation of the risks and how likely and what would the impact be of those risks is an important element that needs to be happening along with the identification. Another example that I really like to bring up is COVID. You asked everybody, everybody said we missed it. We didn't think about COVID. It wasn't on our risk register. And actually, if you look back, health organizations had it on their risk register. A number of other organizations had that risk identified. However, it was not evaluated and prioritized in the same manner that others were, because one, it never happened. It's not going to happen to us. Put it low on our priority list. We don't need to plan for it. It's not if it happens, and we don't think the impacts would be big, and so we're going to deprioritize it. That, obviously, we all know what happened, and we reacted differently and had to scramble to work against what had happened. But the idea was, it was identified, it just wasn't prioritized and evaluated and planned for. So those are the activities that we have to push back as trustees. You have to push back on the universities and the campuses and saying, you've identified risk, but what are you doing about it? And is that the right risk for you to put your resources against? So that's really another element in terms of evaluating and assessing the risks have to happen. Third element is policy and compliance. This one is focusing on the safeguarding of your assets, safeguarding of the students, the resources, the faculty, and complying with laws. I mean, this is an element that has to be part of your risk oversight. You have to ensure that local, federal laws are followed, right? This is something that you have to ensure that there's people overseeing and reflecting on changes in regulations. And this is something, unfortunately, in today's world, this year, we are seeing significant changes in regulation, and it's happening fast. I think traditionally regulations around academia have been very slow moving. You can see that it's coming, and you had plenty of time to react. I think that's changing, and it's something that being ahead of, as much as you can, understanding what those changes are and how it's going to impact different parts of your universities and institutions really has to be at the forefront of what you're guiding the administration to do. And this also comes into not just state laws, federal laws, but it's academic accreditation standards and all of the elements that go along with actually running your business of being a university. So both of those really go hand in hand in ensuring that you are identifying that. There's other elements that we want to bring in. And do you have a question? Go ahead.
For the chancellor, do we have somebody at the system office, Scott, that has the title of chief compliance officer? And is that required? In healthcare, you have to have it, but do we have it? Or anybody that oversees our compliance?
Trustee Johnson, I guess I would answer that's a distributed function. Compliance with what would maybe lead me to, so some of that is with our general counsel, who I don't see out there right now, who oversees sort of legal compliance. In terms of accreditation compliance, that sits in the Academic and Student Affairs Division. So my answer would be it sort of depends on which particular compliance, but we don't have one single person called a compliance officer who oversees every last aspect of compliance that I can think of. It wouldn't be required in the same way that I would think in the health system it would be required that you'd have a single person who's accountable for all that. But yes, we have lots of things that we track in terms of compliance.
And I think that is pretty standard. Typically what we see at higher ed universities is there are academic compliance, there's just other general legal compliance issues, and you have to have a suite of people responding to them and monitoring them. On top of that, we wanted to highlight policy around campus safety, data security, as these two, I think, are core to running a higher ed institution in today's world. And it needs additional oversight and policy around it. It's data security does have laws around it, does have evolving regulations, and does require a higher level of compliance than it had in the past. But in general, it's also having the right policies in place. You have a lot of data, personal data of students, faculty, executives, that has to be safeguarded. And the threat is changing constantly. So that has to always evolve and always be something that is considered. In addition, campus safety just continues to be an area that there have to be policies set forth, but you have to work across so many different aspects. And local police departments, depending on where the campuses are, have to be involved. And there has to be policy set, but there has to be coordination, especially in this area. And understanding that particular events, depending on the location of the campus, athletic events draw a different type of audience than just the regular school day. So understanding that there has to be emergency response plans in place, and you as a board of trustees has to ensure that those policies are put in place and then practiced and drilled, because that really is what makes the difference in, I think, the reaction time and being able to react to events that happen. And then there's other things that are maybe not as critical, but still very important to address, as in academic integrity, environmental sustainability, and other areas as well. So there's evolving laws, regulations that continually have to be reviewed, but this is an element that has to be part of your risk oversight. Okay, this is 4th out of our 5 is monitoring and reporting. And this, I think, really is an area that I would say most institutions could use the most improvement on. I'm not saying that you are going to be that way and you get to vote on if that is the case for Minnesota State. But organizations are usually very good at setting what is the expectation, identifying the risks, and then saying, okay, on a daily basis, many of the executives at the different campuses and administrators manage the risks. but it's important to report back and understand what that monitoring looks like. And it's not just, we have this, we have a plan in place. It involves elements. We talked about internal audit is one element. If an administrator or senior executive says, we have a plan in place, bringing audit in to validate that that actually does exist. Does it have the right elements to be able to be executed on, to ensure that what is being said is actually happening, and provide advice around how it can be improved. That is a key role of audit, and that's where you really bring in audit to ensure that the activities that they say is happening are actually appropriate and are working. In addition to that, you as a board need to find or have that information about what risks are happening and how are they being mitigated. And in order to do that, you need information, you need data. This is where this comes back to, do we have the right data to make the right decisions, right? In order to do that, you have to have regular reporting. Are you receiving reporting on risk on a daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly basis? Or is it, once a year? Is that often enough for you to have the right information to make the right decisions? And that might be something that you want to consider in terms of your risk oversight. What data do you need on what frequency to be able to have the right information? And this includes what we call metrics. So it goes beyond, and I think this is an improvement opportunity that we see in a number of our organizations that we work with. It goes beyond saying, we have a plan in place, it's documented, we've tested it, it's good. How do we know what we have in place to mitigate a risk is working? And that is where we bring in metrics and things like key risk indicators. Driving towards data that will give you information about what is working and what's not working. And this can be a number of different examples. We see a lot in the data privacy, cybersecurity area. They do really good on metrics. And if we can expand this to other areas, that's really what we're looking for, right? We know how many phishing attacks are happening. We know how many attacks are successful versus have been blocked. We know information about how many different systems are online and where there might be downtime. All those elements, that data gives you information about how successful are the mitigations. The mitigations are systems or firewalls that they have in place, right? So turning that same type of view on other areas and understanding how do we know, and really pushing back, I'd say, on risk individuals and all the individuals at the different institutions who are managing the risk, pushing back on them and saying, how do we know what you have in place is actually working? Show me data and give and provide, and having them provide you that data is going to give you the information that then you know if it's working or not, and do we need to improve or not.
Can you talk a little bit about how you scale the conversations, especially for a multi-institution system, and how that looks different for a trustee group like us versus some organization that had maybe one institution or an institution with a couple campuses, because you can very quickly get overwhelmed by the amount of data. And it's like, what is it that we need to have? So when I think of it in two camps. I think, okay, what's the policy side? Okay, how compliance to policy that we have. But then secondly, how do we make sure we're talking about the big issues that are going to impact us in the future? And that's the piece that it feels like we need to be spending more of our time talking about as a trustees to kind of see what's coming at us and how do we understand what those risks are. And I think we could very easily be overwhelmed with all of the data and reports of the details of what's going on and feel like we're doing enterprise risk when in fact we really need to be focused on what are the things that are going to be a huge impact for us in 3, 5, 10 years from now.
That's a very good question, and I think that you have to work with the administrators and the leadership at each of the different universities and institutions to right size that. Because you're right, your role as the board and the trustees is not to dig into the details of the daily activities, right? You're not going to get to that level. It's up to each of the administrators and the campuses to be able to have a handle on that and be managing and mitigating that on their own. What they should be elevating to you in these reports and this monitoring is exactly what you said. What are the big ticket items? We go back to evaluating the risks. What could have the most impact to us as either a university or us then potentially broader in the system? So identifying the big ticket items and that evaluation stuff is key. And also evaluating the external marketplace. And I think that's part of what you're talking about, what's coming next, right? And that's where having discussions and even bringing together some of the different administrators and some of the leaders of the different universities and having discussions on where are their common risks that they're seeing. And as a system as a whole, do we need to look at mitigating that risk differently because 5, 10, and 20 institutions are having the same problem and being able to offer direction versus it's a one-off and maybe that particular institution can manage it on their own. So that's where I think there's a couple of different areas that you could have discussions, bring together that viewpoint of how the risks are almost, a lot of the same things are happening, as well as understanding what are the big ticket items.
But if I could expand on that thought, Audrey, you can hear me all right? Excellent. So what I would say is there's a process within an ERM framework that's called top down and bottoms up, right? And what you're describing on looking out to the future, 5, 10 years out, that's really the role of this top down process, right? It's looking at, from a system perspective, what are our long-term objectives? Where do we want to be in 5 years from now? Where do we want to be from 10 years? And from the top down, assessing what are those macro risks that are going to inhibit our ability to achieve those objectives? Or what are the opportunities through a risk lens that we can actually accelerate in areas where we're comfortable accelerating? Where that ties then into the individual colleges and universities is they take that information that's coming from that top-down assessment and determine, all right, from an execution perspective, what is it that we need to do right in order to deliver? And what are the risks that have been identified that we need to ensure that we're mitigating to help reduce the volatility of delivering against that long-term vision? And so they're going to be much more tactical, but it's that bottoms-up information feed that's going to tell you, are there warning lights that are indicators that there's a potential that we might not achieve an objective that we've stated that's a top priority for us? That reporting should be proactive. That gives then the system an opportunity to respond, to have a discussion, a dialogue. What's the investment to mitigate? And does that investment does that the benefit of doing that investment outweigh the cost of the investment itself? So it's an interplay of this bottoms up from a feeding on the execution, but top down from the strategic direction perspective. Hopefully that's helpful.
So this is all really helpful, and I really appreciated your comments. Trustee Teffer about trustees being trusted. I don't know if you can help us with this. So I've been a trustee for not quite a year. And one of the challenges I think that we have, and I'm thinking about this from multiple perspectives, from the perspective of a president of one of our campuses, but also from a trustee's perspective, in some ways, what we do here is so very public. So how do we balance on the one hand, we don't want to look bad. I don't want my campus to look bad. I want to raise alarms about what's happening. On the other hand, we need to be able to, as you said, understand and evaluate and then respond to those risks. And I don't know if that's on your list of what things are most important, but it seems to me that what we might be lacking as trustees is that kind of, what do I call it? Maybe the license to have those really difficult conversations about the risks and how we manage them. And part of that, I think, is driven by the fact that we're so public, and it really does put a little bit of a damper, I think, on having those really open conversations. I don't know if you can help us with that, but I just wanted that on the table as something that that continues to concern me. As Richard Grabowski, you say often in relation to things, my anxiety level is racing about all of this. Thank you.
Trustee Johnson, one way I think we get at that is when we're talking about something that's a risk that might provide an opportunity for greater mischief and greater risk, we do it in a closed session. And so an example I would offer would be IT risks. We tend not to talk about those in the open board meeting simply because that could expose us to even greater risk to describe what those are. So that's one way of balancing.
I think those are really good points, Trustee Johnson. So at the beginning, you talked about strategic goals and that sort of thing. I don't really know why, but the system doesn't have a strategic plan or even strategic goals. Colleges and universities have strategic plans. We do talk about this if we were doing a traditional SWOT analysis, right? The risk part is really in the opportunity and the threat side. And we talk about those things like cybersecurity sort of independently, or population. There's some threats that we have zero control over, like the population demographics of the upper Midwest, for example, or the state. Or we have a little bit of influence over how much money the state legislature gives us, but not an enormous amount, right? And then there's others where cybersecurity, if we act well, we can prevent most problems. So it seems like the minimum we should do is look at our unified opportunities and threats and how much control or not we have over them, and how we plan in a scenario for the future, like Trustee Hipsch was talking about, without having, I mean, I don't even know if we have a mission statement. We've never talked about it in my long 12 years being around here. So, because the colleges and universities have mission statements, right? So it's this weird, we're in this weird position, like creditors hold us responsible for what happens on all the campuses, right? But we're not there every day to be digging in. We trust our presidents and our chancellor and their teams to manage those things. So we're a little unique compared to, say, whether it's Notre Dame or Hamline University, just one institution with one board. If you have any insight about how, as a system, where we have some of these traditional responsibilities, in other cases we don't. I like what you said. If the same threat's hitting multiple campuses, that to me needs to show up at the board. That makes sense.
Yeah, and I think just in having more of a formal process of open communication is a key. In understanding, you don't have to have a full board session on all the risks for all the universities. It's going to be cumbersome to get there, and that's not the point of this. But I think you're absolutely right. Where are their commonalities, and also having some frank discussions, closed sessions, if need be, to be able to get a good handle on what are the key risks, and is it something that then should be a board item or not? Not everything has to be a board item.
Before you move on, do you have examples of what other institutions use as their dashboard for key risks?
John is going to show some dashboards and some things in the second half. I'm going to move us on quickly. Good question. We've got one more section, and I'm just going to quickly gloss over this because I know time is going more quickly than it should. It seems like this always the case. Final element is crisis management, and I think we've talked about a number of these items already, but just having in place crisis management plans, ensuring that each university, each campus is thought about, if something happens, what is our plan? And that goes to, short-term recovery in an event, a longer-term recovery, making sure you address that, and that there's scenario planning, because you can plan for every scenario. Was it Churchill? I'm going to get that quote wrong. That said that it's the plan that provides the capability to react to the event. Whatever scenario you identify is not going to be what happens, but the planning is what allows you to be ready to react. And that's really the key, is plan and execute on testing and ensuring that that's happening at the universities. And then the leadership of the board is a key element in the event that something does happen. You as a board of trustees has to be clear on what the expectation is, the communication is from Minnesota state system perspective, and how is your role going to be impacting that particular university or area that had an issue. So making sure that you have that site as well included in the plan. All right, let's get to, you get to identify now how you are doing on each of these elements. And so this goes back to bringing your phones up to that QR code. You should already have it in there. You should be able to see now what's in front of you are those 5 areas we just went through: risk governance, strategic oversight, policy compliance, monitoring and reporting, and crisis management. And you should be able to click on good, needs improvement, or needs significant improvement for each one of the 5 areas, what you think the system as a whole, how are you doing? And we'll take a look at the results in just a moment. Yes, hang on. That's I'm gonna go back to that page. Hold up. Oops. Let's go faster. That one. I'll give you just a minute for you to enter in your thoughts. Give you just 30 more seconds. Get your thoughts in. There's no right answer. Okay, if you haven't already submitted, go ahead. Let's take a look at the results. So what it's showing here is the most mature, or no, sorry, where there's the most improvement needed is the one with the longest bar. So you see strategic oversight there is where you feel that you need to have the most improvement. Policy and compliance is where you feel like you're doing the best job, which, you know, it's good. I mean, you have the basics and the standards in place. You have to comply with laws and regulations. Great. Strategic oversight, really, if you remember, risk identification and ensuring that the top risks are prioritized and evaluated appropriately. And then you've got a few others in the middle. Does anybody want to offer any thoughts on this, that, or any points that you were thinking while you put this in?
This may be more for the chancellor. I just have a, when the president's council, when the leadership team meets, the presidents, we have a selected group of presidents that meet regularly. Do they always have risk management on their agenda? Or to what degree do they? I'm just curious.
Chair Erlinson, Trustee Tepper, not always on the agenda. It probably creeps in one form or another. There have been leadership council meetings where we've done very deep dives on risk. as much as a half a day, I think, when all the campuses filled in their risk assessments, and then we amalgamated that all up. So what they were asked to do was, in a number of different categories, identify all the risks they saw at the campus level, and then assess the likelihood of that risk and the severity of that risk. So something could be unlikely but disastrous, and how do you plan for that? Or something could be likely but not that big a deal, and everything in between. And we probably spent, and then that was amalgamated up to the whole system level. And on that occasion, we spent hours on that. Have not gone back to it. So some of the campuses may have gone back and fiddled with that tool again, but we haven't gone back and asked them to do it. So I would say it varies considerably, though there's an element of risk in everything we talk about at Leadership Council.
Can I follow up on that? As we went through that process with Leadership Council and brought up to this system, was that brought to the board? Maybe it was before my time on the board, but I don't recall seeing or hearing any of that in my time on this board.
Chair Owens and Trustee Hipsch, I think we maybe at a very high level gave the board a review of it, but I don't think the board dug into 33 different spreadsheets, which had, maybe 10 columns with as much as 100 rows going down per campus. I don't remember exactly. That might have been before I was chancellor. I don't remember if at a very high level, I'm looking at Amy, did we give kind of a broad overview of that to the board back then?
So what I would say is that the board used to spend a fair amount of time on enterprise risk management at its retreat in September. And that has not happened since I was hired. I think the last time that happened at the board level was September of 2021. And so one of the things we can talk about is that something that we want to maybe bring back? And to your specific question, we did spend quite a bit of time. We kind of compared campus answers to what we thought at the system office and noted some differences in terms of what the higher risks were. And we talked about that pretty extensively at Leadership Council, but I do not believe it came to the board. Carrie, if you could. Sorry.
This is for you too, Amy. I'm thinking about the presentation yesterday and how we had tiered a series of priorities for risk management in the future. And we talked about the future AI is being identified, but not up to the future oriented things. We're spending our energy managing what is rather than having the resources and the energy for these things that are coming at us for analysis of a risk and a plan. So how much of that we already heard yesterday integrates what it is we're talking about this morning?
That's a great question, Trustee Sharon. So when an organization has a robust and really good enterprise risk management process and starts identifying those risks, internal audit generally tends to follow on, and so we want to always try to be hitting those areas where the board is most concerned, right? And so what I would say is we try the best we can in the audit world to try to kind of anticipate or try to kind of guess where you all are. I mean, we know that cybersecurity is a huge risk, and that's always on our audit plan. We know that next gen is a big concern, and that's always on our audit plan, right? But again, those are kind of more tactical, it's like they're the things that are right in front of us that we know we need to mitigate. I would say that our audit plan as a whole generally does not often get to some of those further reaching. Now, I won't say 100% that's true though. So when we did the contract training audit from last year in January, we were talking about what do we need to do as a system maybe to have those alternate revenue streams, right? And so that one was maybe a little bit further thinking. And then the foundation report that we're going to be talking about in June is also a little more further thinking, right? So it's not that we never cover it, but I would say we spend an inordinate amount of time covering areas that are really more problems that are right in front of us. And I would like to see us advance that.
If I may, is it conducting?
May I speak?
We love the questions, absolutely, and it's good to get dialogue along the way. We did reserve 10 minutes at the end for questions. We just got them along the way. It's no problem. John, I'm going to give it to you to get us through fairly quickly the last part.
Yeah, no, thank you, Audrey, and great dialogue, and appreciate those questions, both to us and to each other. I think it's really important. And it's one of the responses to how can the board enhance risk management. It is asking these questions that you are. So again, thank you for those. So that when we think about how a board can enhance risk management, we really wanted to focus in on sharing some what we see as best practices that are happening at other universities and other systems, both large disparate systems such as yours. Audrey and I have worked with some systems that even have 34 universities and colleges within their system. So we are bringing that experience into this dialogue. But what we wanted to do relatively quickly at this point is share with you some thoughts about what we see as best practice, and then have you reflect on your thoughts to which of these areas that we've just discussed, and there are 8 of them, would we like to see further enhanced here at our system. So at a high level, the 8 of them, one is around establishing a risk management framework, right? So looking at what a comprehensive framework looks like, what are the processes and policies that we have for identifying, assessing, and mitigating risk. We talked a little bit about a top-down versus a bottoms-up process, or a hybrid of both, and would that be appropriate? But then really ensuring that that framework is aligned with the overall strategies and goals of the system, as well as the risk appetite, right? And risk appetite, again, is the amount of risk and the types of risks that the system would be willing to take in pursuit of its long-term objectives. And we'll give visual examples of each of these in a moment, but I just wanted to go through each of the 8 initially. The second here are regular risk assessments, right? What is the right cadence? We just had a dialogue with regards to when the last risk assessment was conducted and the communications around that risk assessment. Is that the right cadence for us? Or would a more frequent cadence for risk assessments be appropriate? Should those risk assessments be done at the system level? Should they be done at the university or college level? Should that information be aggregated so we can identify the risks that are common across our system, which might increase the magnitude of the impact or the likelihood of those risks, and then that should be brought to the attention of the trustees. The third is around integrating risk into decision making, right? So it's not just about conducting regular assessments, but the timing of those assessments, right? Would it make sense to do our risk assessment and have it feed into those strategic discussions that we're having? And are those decision-making conversations on a cyclical calendar that we can position the risk assessment so they're help informing our decision-making with regards to our long-term strategies? The fourth is around enhancing communication, right? Let's foster transparency around the risk. What is the information that the board would find of value, and what cadence are they, what cadence does that information need to be provided to the trustees? And then ensuring that we have the means to gather that information. If it needs some processing and aggregation, that we leave us that opportunity to do that, and then present that to the trustees and to the executive team so they can, again, leverage that information into making appropriate decisions. Going on to 5, 6, 7, and 8. So board training and upskilling, right? This session itself isn't a great example of that, and I appreciate Amy giving us the opportunity again. But it's about training around risk management, right? What are other systems applying that are working well? What are the aspects of those learnings can we bring back to our system in order to really enhance and prepare and position our trustees to be well equipped well equipped to oversee the risk management processes, as well as be informed with regards to what are the most significant risks. Number 6, leveraging technology, right? This doesn't need to be very labor intensive. There are technologies that are available today, AI being one of those that can really enhance our ability to identify emerging risks. And then collaboration platforms like the one that we've been bringing you into today, Risk Synergy, where it can help us reach consensus much more quickly than perhaps we were able to in the past. The 7th is around a risk committee or other committees, right? Do we have a need for a dedicated committee that is focused on risk oversight, right? And is able to have a frequency around reviewing the most significant risk at that enterprise level, and then bringing forward those most pertinent risks to the whole of the trustees for consideration and decision making. And then lastly, and this ties into a little bit into the board training and the upskilling, but bringing in experts, right, to consult and provide point of views, both on the program itself, but then if there are specific risk topics that you want to dive into, right, bringing experts to speak about those topics, to again, tying it into the training and the upskilling of the board, and their preparedness with regards to their oversight responsibilities. So I'll pause there briefly, see if there's any questions on any of those 8 elements before we dive in some of the visual examples. No? All right. Audrey got all the good questions. All right. So what does a framework look like for ERM? And this is the framework that we use at Baker Tilly with our higher ed clients. And there's really different elements to an enterprise risk management program, and I'll walk you through this quickly. So at the top, we have the governance, right? And so that would be the board, different committees, and then we have enablers around that. Someone asked earlier, is there a playbook for ERM? Absolutely. Is there a singular playbook for ERM? Absolutely not, right? A playbook would be, what does our ERM program look like? What is the cadence? Who's involved? What are the outputs? Those are all very custom to each of the higher ed systems, and it needs to be, because each system will have different risk appetites and different strategies. But yes, there are playbooks, right? And policies and procedures, all of those become part of that playbook. We then, if we look to the left, we have different enablers, right? Audrey spent quite a bit of time talking about metrics and measures. We have risk appetite and tolerance, which provides guidance to the types and the amount of risks that we're willing to take. We do risk diagnostics, risk models, risk radars, all to inform us of what are those emerging risks. Are there early indicators that we can put forth to help us understand where risks are being elevated beyond our tolerances for those risks? And then enablers such as a risk universe. Risk universe simply is a list of all those risks that potentially the university could be facing, that on some level of cadence that we would review to see, is anything starting to stand out to us that might be, coming to the forefront, that we should give it a different level of consideration at this point in time. We use those enablers as well as, and now I'm moving to the right, the strategy and goal setting in order to feed into a process of identifying risks, prioritizing those risks that have been identified, evaluating those risks, both on the likelihood and the severity, but as well our capability of managing those risks. Then we develop our response strategies against those risks and monitor and report on the effectiveness of the mitigation strategies, bringing that risk within our tolerance. All of that is done in order to enhance our decision making, right? One thing we really haven't talked about, but integrating this into the business cycle, into regular dialogues that you're having. I think enterprise risk management works best when it's embedded into those strategy and goal setting dialogues versus a separate and siloed discussion of risk, right? And so trying to embed it into the decision making, those conversations and when those conversations are occurring. And then further opportunities for integration would be, the different universities, the different colleges' participation in this, cybersecurity, if they're doing their own risk assessment, how do we embed that into the broader enterprise risk assessment? Internal audit, how do we take their reviews of different risk areas and provide that as a feedback into our response and the effectiveness of those mitigation activities? And then all of this is built upon the foundation of culture and alignment, right? It's going to thrive and survive if we have the appropriate communications, if we've outlined the objectives of the program, we have the right people engaged, that we're linking it to the performance. And then, someone said this earlier, trustees, it has trust right in the name, right? And so how are we able to build trust through our program, with the public with regards to us doing the right things to manage our risk? Let me pause there, see if there's any question.
I just would like it to have a clarification. On one of your slides, it talks about risk management framework. Can you describe the difference between common policy statements and a risk charter? And do we have a risk charter? Do we need a risk charter? Just a question.
I don't know if you have a risk charter. I can't answer that. Okay. However, what I would say, a common policy is procedures that should be followed, whereas a charter is more of what is the purpose, goal, and I think it was mentioned perhaps that the system as a whole doesn't necessarily have that. I don't know. I think in terms of objective setting, it could be helpful. It could be a page. It doesn't need to be a long, but getting everybody on the same page and understanding what the goal is could be helpful. And John, I know we're running short on time, so I'll let you go back.
All right. Yeah, go on. So the next two slides are specific to the risk assessment. And I know earlier there was a question, what does the output of a risk assessment look like? And what we feel is the output of a risk assessment should not just be a list of risks. That's not very value added. It really should drive the system towards what is the appropriate response needed for a risk. And so by using the criteria that you're already using historically around likelihood and severity, but then bringing in the element of how well are we managing a particular risk, you can really drive the conversation towards three categories. One, is this a risk that we need to enhance, right? That we have improvement opportunities with regards to the mitigations around that risk? Or secondly, is this a risk that needs review, that we think we're managing it well, but given the level of the exposure the risk presents, we need to audit that area? Or third, watch. Is this a risk that's not to an exposure level that's of significance today, but we've set the tolerance for that, and we can put indicators against it that we can monitor it, and if the exposure begins to increase, we can proactively respond to that risk. So it's just a different way of thinking about risk, but I have found that boards really appreciate the dialogue as opposed to a traditional heat map, which frankly could be quite misleading. And then if we move forward to the next slide, Audrey, and then providing the right level of detail with regards to the underlying risk, right? Are you getting information with regards to the causes of the risk? What are the effects if the risk were to materialize? What are we doing today to mitigate the risk? And then what are the opportunities that have been identified to further mitigate that risk? Right? It's that level of information that we see boards, trustees appreciate, and that it gives them a frame of reference. So we're all talking about the same risk, about the same scenario, if you will. So there is no confusion, that it's quite clear what is the risk and what are we doing about it. We can continue on. So integration, right? It's a balancing act, and we've said this throughout. Risk is as much about opportunity as it is threat, right? And so what the objective would be here is really striking a balance that we understand the threats that a risk presents to us, but we're also, through the mitigation opportunities, identifying, are there performance enhancements that could be driven where we could potentially even accelerate and advance our opportunities. There are mechanisms to achieving this, primarily through linking our key performance indicators, indicators of how well we're doing against our objectives, and then tying those to our key risk indicators, which are how well are we doing against managing the threat. And by combining and linking those, it gives us really a scorecard to how we're advancing against our future objectives and goals. If we can advance, Audrey. This one's around communication, right? And it's a very complicated picture, but at the highest level, it's really about defining with the board what information, providing them with samples of information that could be provided, and then getting feedback from the board with regards to what information would be of value. In addition to that, you'll see things like risk statements listed there. What are the root causes and drivers of the risk? And then risk appetite, right? And it's ultimately about understanding our risk, understanding our objectives, and are we managing the risk within the tolerance that's acceptable given our long-term objectives. And so again, providing visuals of what that looks like, and then determining with the board and getting feedback to provide them with the information that would be of value as they're going through and having these decision-making type conversations. The next one, training, right? Pretty straightforward. What are the areas that you feel you could, we've done in 90 minutes a very high level overview of the entire ERM framework. Are there pockets or areas where a deeper dive might be of value for you to learn more, where there could be opportunities for enhancement, as well as emerging risk? As I mentioned, there's a lot of tools now, AI tools, that can help us foresee what are the emerging risks and then bringing those forward. Looks like I'm being pushed to the last slide. So, and from a technology perspective, right?
2 minutes left.
Yeah, I know. Well, thank you. Dashboards, right? What would be the information, again, that would be helpful, and how can we present that visually that would be beneficial for the board? All right. So I think let's take one of those minutes. Let's just jump to I'd love to get the point of view from the board where, I know we covered that very quickly, but where they view that we could enhance their capabilities, Audrey. So if you wanted to quickly just do that.
Okay, this means going back into your phones one last time. Very similar exercise as the last one, which is, where do you feel is a priority to enhance risk management capabilities? So John had walked through, do we want a framework? Do we want more regular risk assessments? Is that a high, medium, or low enhancement or priority for us? Leveraging technology, establishing a risk committee, engaging external experts. Give you just a minute to wrap that up. Okay, I think most of you have entered in your information, and just to take a quick peek at where the results came out is the highest priority for you would be establishing a risk management framework. And then closely behind that is integrating risk into decision-making and leveraging technology to help with the data. And then we've got a couple beyond that. So really good to see where you as a group agree on where there are opportunities, where you may need to focus in the future, and what you might need to be thinking about in future discussions around risk and risk oversight. I know we're at time. John, anything from you to wrap up before we close the session?
No, I just thank Amy and the trustees and Carrie, for giving us the opportunity, and hopefully you found it in the information useful.
Thank you for having us. It's really great to be here.
Thank you so much for the great presentation.
Good morning. I'll go ahead and call our meeting of Finance and Facilities to order. We'll start with a roll call. Trustee Coles. Trustee Johnson. Trustee Jana Johnson. Trustee Jackman Johnson. Vice Chair Mo. And then chair is here. We have a full quorum. This is a continuation of our marathon meeting from yesterday. I'd also like to welcome President Jans and President Mulford. President Mulford is sitting in because President Brimhall isn't able to join us today, so we wanted to make sure we had him join us at the table. We have two orders of business today. First one is the capital budget plan, and then the second one is the operating budget. So with that, Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hips. I think President Mulford is Presidential Liaison Emeritus to the Finance and Facilities Committee. Just to give a brief overview, with me is Karen Hewitt, our System Director for Capital Planning and Analysis, who's done an outstanding job leading this process and will be doing the bulk of the presenting this morning. This first reading is intended to introduce a recommendation for the board requesting capital investments from the state of Minnesota for the 2026 session, and that information, as we'll talk about, is due soon to the state. The legislature has not yet approved a bonding bill this session, so we're being optimistic, has not yet approved a bonding bill. As a result, this first reading isn't going to specify specific projects for 2026, but rather outline the Minnesota State Capital Program development process and outline the factors that will guide the selection of projects to be presented in June. I just want to remind the committee is that we've been having conversations related to Minnesota State's academic buildings and other buildings over the course of the last year, starting in March 2024 and in January 2025, where we provided an overview. And some of those conclusions were that Minnesota State as a whole is overbuilt for current and foreseeable needs. There's insufficient resources to maintain and sustain our campus facilities, and a new approach and strategy towards planning, assessing, and prioritizing facilities is needed. So with that in mind, the presentation and the recommendation is going to depart from what we've done in the past several years to line up more with those overall goals that we've discussed. So with that, I'll turn it over to Karen to lead the committee through the presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey. Chair Hips and committee, it is my pleasure to share with you the first reading of the 2026 capital budget request. Oops, thanks, I must have accidentally pressed it. Thank you, Chair. Here's what I'll cover. I'll summarize the 2025 request and the major factors influencing the outcome of the legislative process, review our 2026 capital planning process and the development of the program, then share the Chancellor's recommended framework for your consideration. My goal for today is to spark discussion and invite your support for the recommended 2026 capital framework. The 2025 capital budget request continues Minnesota State's no net growth approach. The request totaled $552.3 million. That included $200 million for higher education asset preservation and replacement, or HEAPR, and $352.3 million for the design and construction of 14 individual college and university projects. We also asked for $25 million in the operating budget for demolition to eliminate more than 500,000 square feet of obsolete space, and $13.5 million for equipment and learning environments in high-cost, high-need workforce programs. HEAPR was and still is our number one request. For $200 million, 65 projects across the system aim to address critical needs. 14 major capital projects sought to renovate or replace existing facilities, and 5 of those projects were previously funded, have made considerable design progress within the last year. We made our case more than once to the House and Senate Higher Education and Capital Investment Committees. We showed them how the amount of funding available to invest in fixing up buildings continues to go down in actual and inflation-adjusted dollars. We reminded them that the statewide network of higher education facilities was largely built by the legislature. Historically, the renewal and renovations of these buildings was funded by the legislature in the bonding process. State operating funds and tuition, the only other sources of funding available, paid for the operating costs, such as maintenance, custodial, utilities, etc. When expenses go up, but revenue continues to come down, then the outcomes are buildings in worse and worse condition. These state funds and tuition haven't kept pace with inflation and aren't enough to fill the capital funding gap without hurting the very programs that bring in the students and provide the graduates needed by Minnesota's employers. The reality we're facing is that Keeper investment is totally insufficient given the size of our facilities portfolio. Keeper and capital projects keep getting more complex and expensive. Projects exceeding $40 million are more typical, while completely replacing a building is out of reach. Most of the building construction happened when funding was more readily available, and smaller renovation projects can help, but those don't meet the broader, modern, operational, or academic needs of today's institutions. We are stuck with continuing to operate too large and inefficient building stock on our buildings and campuses. To counter this challenge, we need to consolidate space, increase utilization, and reduce our overall footprint. To do that, we need better system-wide data and standards to guide an overall strategy. Happy with the clicker. Okay. As you may know, a bonding agreement was not reached during the regular session. We hope that it will be taken up in a special session. Eternally optimistic, but in light of those results, the Senate generally expressed interest in asset preservation, but at a number much lower than the governor. The House was more interested in local projects, but also at a lower level of funding than requested. The larger projects did not get a lot of support, even those previously funded for design. Our 2026 capital program timeline is designed to meet the required preliminary capital request submittal to MMB this June. As you may recall, this timeline follows what we presented to the board back in November. After completing the general scoring in February, we're now putting together all the information and what we've learned into project prioritization, or the list, as it has been called in the past. As many of you know, the 2026 cycle marks a big shift from our 2024 approach. The bold elements you may see on the screen in the guidelines represent a change. In fact, the board asked us to be bold as we redesigned our process. The board guidelines emphasized preservation and maintenance, reducing operational costs, and responding to workforce demands, and ensuring overall compliance. We had certain constraints, and with no bonding in 2024, and no new project candidates, and no net increase in square footage, this required us to rethink how we plan and justify capital projects. To align with these new board guidelines, the scoring criteria were restructured around key drivers of change. We developed new rubrics in an open and transparent way, forming the two-part scoring process, the readiness evaluation and the general scoring. Now, the goal of the readiness evaluation was to advance candidate projects with the clearest and the most compelling need onto general scoring. The readiness evaluation looked at academic alignment, space needs, and the financial health of each institution. And from this process, 3 key themes emerged. First, many pre-designs did not fully explain how virtual work and online learning impact projects. The story there is incomplete, and our legislators do notice. It's hard to make a compelling case to fund a local project when then more than a third of our curriculum is delivered online as a system. Next, we also found that barriers to learning and student support are not well understood by our pre-design teams or the legislators. This shows us a need for deeper engagement and clearer communication about what those barriers are and how they impact students, faculty, and staff. Finally, there's a growing recognition that capital projects could benefit from a regional lens, inspired by insights from regional academic program meetings. The end result, after considering all these themes, was to advance the 18 project candidates forward for general scoring. The goal of general scoring was to gain the broad-based grassroots review of each project to help prioritize them. I'm thankful for the more than 40% participants from various disciplines that scored each capital project. Pre-designs were evaluated on their social, economic, technological, environmental, and political merits. Even though there are no new projects in this biennium, we saw some recurring themes and issues like a lack of supporting data for facility beyond condition, missing or weak analysis of the alternatives, and high project costs that benefit fewer students and programs. These recurring issues signal that we must shape our requests differently. The raw scores themselves are not as significant as the number and intensity of the influences you see impacting that list with the project prioritization. A mere list based on internal scoring alone just does not resonate in this complex environment. It's tough to align our capital priorities without a system-wide strategic academic plan or facilities plan. And yet, as we move forward, our projects must represent a compelling, data-driven, and deeply aligned slate that meets the evolving needs, our priorities, of our students and communities. The recommended framework before you is our focused response to the guideline scoring and today's realities. Although PEPR is still a priority, inadequate state funding has led to a hospital triage approach to prevent imminent system failures. Traditional PEPR allocation looked at core considerations such as project readiness, utility master planning, and geographic equity. Now we're faced with system failures with severe operational consequences. Critical systems like Century College boilers, Central Lakes boilers and chillers, Northland Community College's electrical switchgear, St. Cloud State ice rink cooling system, and the St. Cloud Tech roof replacement are in dire need of replacement. And the likelihood of these types of failures is rising. Maintaining the focus on projects previously funded for design shows our commitment to these projects and preserves our integrity with the legislature. At the very least, we recommend making modest inflationary adjustments to the projects and encourage adjusting the cost and the scope to more practical levels. We recommend reducing the overall size and number of projects to reflect the changes in the state's financial situation. The 18 candidate project requests totaled more than $638 million. The 5 projects previously funded for design totaled more than $247 million. Even though that's still a large number, it's a substantial decrease from the entire 2025 request of $352 million. The 2026 capital request aims to reduce the number of projects to better align with the recent funding trends, state debt capacity forecasts, and the overall financial situation of the state. And finally, we recommend carrying forward the request for demolition equipment, learning environments previously requested in the operating budget. Now, feedback from the legislative breakfast asked us to be practical and focus on the most urgent, realistic, and necessary projects. It's clear that asking for what we need rather than asking for an amount that is closer to what can be achieved only results in unmet internal and external expectations and added cost. We are at a significant crossroad. No doubt, each of the candidate projects is significant and meaningful to their institution. Addressing student needs, saving energy, and modernizing to help drive enrollment are all important. But you told us to be bold. This framework is bold. This framework has the audacity to focus our request as a system. It's no longer about which projects best satisfy the board guidelines. It's about which projects will make the greatest impact for Minnesota State. This concludes my remarks. I am very eager to hear your thoughts and invite your comments and questions. Thank you so much.
Questions from the committee? Chair Sill.
Thank you for the presentation. I would say it's practical and realistic, maybe not bold, not to disparage you or us, but I have a high level of frustration on this topic, and we're just not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere with the legislature, and maybe that's just a realistic assessment of Minnesota's economy. Maybe it's a transition to a different way of dispensing capital dollars at the Capitol, where local projects and nonprofits and earmarks get more attention than uniquely state assets that need service and upkeep. But I think we need a new plan, not only at the legislature, and I think you focused on what the new plan is at the legislature. Do we need a new plan for acquiring revenue to do the things that are absolutely essential, really to save money at our colleges and universities, with all these outmoded facilities and facilities that need upkeep? And I don't know what the alternative plan is, but I think we need to rev up that print shop at Winona State. We need to think about where to get the money to do some of these essential projects at our colleges and universities that will focus them on delivering current and future teaching methods and saving money, being efficient in doing that. I don't know what the answer is, but maybe you guys have some more ideas. That's my thought.
Trustee Coles.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and it's clear. I think a couple of questions. First of all, on the framework recommendation on the third bullet, I find I would change the word "just" to "reduce." Clearly, that is the only alternative that you're seriously suggesting we adopt, and I would be direct in recognizing that. But I also heard in your presentation that from the legislature standpoint, there were a couple of challenges to the way in which we were presenting our proposals in the past. One had to do with our own design process, not recognizing effectively sort of barriers to learning. And I wonder if you could give some examples, for instance, of where and what we need to do in that regard. And then also the challenge to suggest that we need to be considering more regional approaches with our facility strategy, not as a requirement, but at least as an informed dimension of how we think about individual projects. And my question is, do we have a process in place that is moving at the speed that we need it to move in order to provide an intelligent response to that challenge or to that criteria? I'll stop there.
Trustee Coles, Chair Hips, thank you for the question. In response to the barriers to learning, what we saw in particular, or it's not just barriers to learning, but giving and receiving student support. I'm thinking of the St. Paul College project, and a big outcome of the design of that work is a very bold reorganization of this lower level that really improves wayfinding, and I'm sure President he would add to that. However, the barriers, the physical walls themselves, barriers to learning and receiving student support, some are not just physical, they can be emotional, they can be financial. There's a vast range of those barriers, and it's not, the legislatures did not just seem to get it when St. Paul College was presenting their case, unfortunately. So we have more work to do in helping explain what those are and the range of those barriers and what our facilities could do to help ameliorate that. As far as a regional approach, I'll ask Vice Chancellor Mackey to step in and offer some thoughts there.
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles, I believe that there would need to be, significant direction given in this area. So our capital development process is rooted in our comprehensive facilities plan. And the comprehensive facilities plan that happens at each one of our institutions should support the academic plan and other plans that the institution has, with the facilities being, one of the resources needed to carry out that plan. So there hasn't been a specific direction laid out or that's being worked on in regionalizing facilities. I think it would have to, if that was the direction we were headed, it would have to happen first at a very high strategic level, and then the facilities would be one of those components of that outcome.
Trustee Rick, I'm not sure if you have the list of the projects you requested bonding for, but so what projects are the most crucial to continue college and university operations that would impact the students and their education the most? Or is this the wrong time of the year to be asking this question?
Trustee Riker, what we're trying to do is craft a list eventually that looks at projects that will likely to get funded from the legislature. So those 5 that were previously funded from the 2023 bonding bill, those we'd like to continue to advance forward for our 2026 request.
Chancellor. Thank you, Chair Hips. I wanted to jump in and respond a little bit to what Trustee Sewell said. A couple of thoughts. Our biggest challenge in this regard is no bill at all, no bonding bill. Not no Bill Mackey. There will always be a Bill Mackey, but no bonding. And that happens for purely political reasons. You can be hearing from everybody there how much they value our system and how much they value HEAPR projects and how much they want to do it. And then the whole thing collapses, and it remains to be seen if in a special session this time we get one. But that's been one of our big opponents, is just no bill. And then within that, it's not as if we're being disadvantaged vis-a-vis the University of Minnesota. We're getting kind of the same proportion, but in declining numbers equivalently. And that's because, as you said, Chair Sewell, because these other things are now getting into the bonding bill that would historically not have been there. Campuses, there are a number of ways we're already trying to respond to this. We can sell assets that we have. So at Winona State, you know, there were a number of assets that were owned by Winona State that they have sold, and those proceeds come back to the campus and allow them to reinvest them in other capital things. So that's one thing you can do. Rent property, and we have many of our campuses looking at taking space they're not using much and renting it. We can try to tear stuff down, and we made a request in this last operational budget to get money to actually tear down buildings. Again, not successful. We got zero. But again, the U of M got zero too. It wasn't like we were being picked on specifically. A lot of talk about the value of HEAPR. We hear this all the time. I don't think we have a legislator who doesn't say, oh, we love HEAPR, we want HEAPR. But when push comes to shove, that's often not there. It's in the abstract, yes, that's what we want, but you can't really put a shovel in the ground or cut a ribbon on an HVAC system. And so it's kind of less sexy in a way. Other states do this differently, and we may need to talk about that, about how do other states get buildings done? And should we look at that and advocate for that, for other kinds of freedoms? Something that I think Karen was hinting at is the process we use to establish the list is a process of what we value, what our leaders, what our campus folks value. But maybe that's a part of it, or even the wrong way to think about it. It's perhaps what the public values. And so maybe there's a whole different way of how we would establish a list, that we knew what we were putting on there were things that the public, the towns, the cities are going to rally behind and lobby on behalf of. So we're not just standing there by ourselves. So that occurs to me. And at the last Leadership Council meeting, a number of presidents, it wasn't like they took a vote or anything, but a number of presidents said, you know, maybe we should be asking for smaller lab projects, you know, to the idea of having up-to-date modern learning environments instead of ginormous buildings, sort of lots of little labs getting fixed. So that's just my response to some of the things you said as ways that we maybe could think about this differently in the future. But we share your frustration over how this process has been working.
Trustee Erlandson.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Chancellor. I just want to add some other ideas to what you said. Yesterday, we talked about private naming rights or whatever. We don't sell them, but we've toured plenty of campuses. Like a lab is named after a collaborating company, right? It's a discernible, affordable kind of thing that they can put their name on. Probably nobody's gonna put their name on a new HVAC system. So that's where the HEAPR money really matters. I think I remember talking about this years ago, probably hardly anyone in this room was here then, but K-12 schools bond, or they go to the voters for money, right? Which is what happens at some colleges in other states. They go to the voters for money. But it seems like we have a gym at the high school, we got a gym at the college, we got this at that, and none of it's used enough. We should really be, taxpayer assets should not be funding duplication in communities, right? Why can't the high school students use our labs, or that Hutchinson High School, unbelievable welding and other labs. We should be using those together to be more efficient, because things get outdated, as we talked about. I think we should do a PR campaign with the University of Minnesota. The DNR, I'm sure, is in the same boat. Their facilities are declining, or other state assets where this sort of, we'd rather fund the local police station or whatever they're giving the money to, I don't know. What about asking, take a page from the environmental community if they have dedicated sales tax funds, because they can't compete either at the Capitol. So what about taking all the vices that affect young people, taking a tax and dedicating it to higher ed? Alcohol, marijuana, social media, which was proposed by Chair Rest. Some things we can't touch because the tribes have it, but like gambling, if they do sports betting, which is terrible for young men. But that kind of like in a more innovative thinking line, something like that. I'm just tossing out ideas for your question. And
Chancellor Olson.
the chair Hips and trustee Dawnbrain. Is that the new name? Okay. We did last year. We did do a PR initiative with Jeff Ettinger, and I went around the state and yeah, that's a great idea. Like everybody that's got state assets. We weren't able this year to find a way to partner with the U of M over that. New president trying to find her way, and so maybe in the future we could do that. But I think it played well. Yeah. That together we were saying this is a critical Minnesota thing, and I like that idea about maybe other commissioners and stuff coming in on it. And there are examples already in our system, to your point about shared things. And the one that just immediately popped into my mind was Midwest in Worthington. You know, the YMCA there is located right on their campus, you know, and they share it, and the students at Midwest use those facilities, and it's terrific. So there's stuff like that going on.
Trustee Sherry. Yeah, this is wacky too. This is a little wacky, but when I was in the Senate, there was a death of a young child. Eric Dean was his name. It was a huge story in the Tribune, and it was a huge tragedy. I mean, it was a real failure of the child protection system in terms of even following what policies were in place, and it resulted in a major initiative that the governor started to examine and reform the child protection system in the state. And I have a lot to say about that, about where it's been, where it went since then. But my point is, do we have in our information negative experiences that students have had or failures that have occurred that are really serious or even moderately serious that we can talk about seriously, that raise the energy to do something about these buildings and their need? If, you know, maybe it's not an accident in the building, maybe it's a huge loss for student opportunity. It has to be something that has the same kind of capacity to roast up the elected officials for not being responsive adequately to something, a negative outcome that occurred because the system failed to really address or improve the child protection system in this case. I just don't know if we have information, if we have experiences like that. You know, even things like fires, or what can we bring forward in these presentations that get the press to cover it and a roast up concern about what the risk is that we've just talked about to the state of Minnesota for not addressing these issues.
Any comments, Vice Chancellor Mackey? Or we have a couple other questions.
Chair Hips, Trustee Sharon, we try to avoid those types of disastrous situations. Karen mentioned in her presentation that there is a couple large-scale deeper projects where there's significant concerns about heating systems being able to make it one more winter at a couple of our institutions, and that would be, you know, a large-scale situation that would, you know, be catastrophic to those institutions.
Chancellor Olson.
Thank you, Chair Hips. I do have an example that came to mind from Winona, actually. There had been a series, before my time there had been a series of accidents. Those of you who know Winona State know that the railroad tracks kind of go right through the middle of campus, and there had been a number of accidents, fatalities of folks on those tracks, and that led to federal earmark money that led to the building of 2 tunnels that go underneath the tracks. And since that time, I think the number of fatalities and accidents has gone to 0. So there would be an example of an impetus. That was federal, but that was an impetus based on safety that led them to a construction project.
Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Chair.
First of all, I would say that I think the recommendations are heading in the right direction. So thank you for that. It's not the failure of all of this is not because of the way we're presenting. That's not the reason for the failure. Our team has done an excellent job of laying it out before the legislature. That's not the issue. The issue is the arena where these decisions are made. That's the reason. And you have a group of legislators that prefer local projects over the state's general need to maintain the system that we have. So it's politics. It's politics. It's not our presentation. The group does a great job. I've advocated for many years that the governor should tell MMB that we want two different bonding bills. One for asset preservation, set an amount, and the other for the other things. Because asset preservation really is not the politics. It's just, put 500 million in for asset preservation. The MMB can decide, okay, we need so much for higher ed, so much for DNR, so much for DOT, whatever. And then put the other projects on the other list. That way, I think you take some of the politics out of it. But I guess I'll keep harping on it. But the bottom line is, it's not our presentation. It's not, and I think this is a good idea. It is, you're dealing with a different set of legislators who see things differently. So, thank you.
Trustee John. Well, I just want to comment on a couple of things that struck me, and you know way more about all of this than I do, Trustee Moe, but I have a feeling that it might be some combination of the two things, the presentation plus the politics that you're talking about. One of the things, and I want to make sure that I understood it correctly, that you mentioned is the lack of a system-wide strategic academic plan. And that seems to me not something that we're going to resolve right now, but maybe something that we need to think about. The other thing that struck me was, and again, I think I heard you correctly, that we haven't given enough attention to the way in which virtual learning and online education has impacted our need for space. And I've thought that before when you've been presenting as well. I don't know that we've really thought about that. I can't personally believe that with that kind of movement, that the need for space hasn't changed in dramatic ways, whether it's the space that we have used differently or the need for less space. So those two things struck me as things that we can maybe pay attention to in the context of politics that don't work very well for us. And I would also then just like to reinforce what Trustee Erlinson is talking about. In Morris, there is a wonderful it's called a joint powers agreement between the city and the university and the school system there to share athletic facilities, to share workout spaces, the whatever it's called, the water treatment plant. I was a little horrified, but it's right on campus and it looks pretty, even though it isn't pretty, but it does. So, I think where that's possible, the problem is it isn't possible everywhere, but in the smaller communities, it certainly is. So I think that's another way. I don't know all of what goes into a joint powers agreement, but there are legal agreements that are binding to the parties that are involved. And I'm sure there are many examples across the state of that being really successful. Thank you.
Trustee Grabowska.
So I've been thinking about the regional topic, and perhaps I'm now too old in this game, but one of the things that never seemed to take off, but certainly offered regional possibility, was telepresence. I am not a big fan of Zoom. I am less of a fan of Teams, but I am a big fan of telepresence. And there are telepresence classrooms on a number of different campuses that allow the delivery of content remotely and much more cheaply than the creation of new buildings or even repurposing classrooms for their delivery. And I'm wondering if we've ever even explored that possibility as a system-wide initiative that would allow us, you know, for example, given the recent occurrence, and it's not just simply limited to Mankato, but Mankato made headlines with the shrinking of the number of programs that they're offering, to offer programs now at the system level in different disciplines through a medium such as, and I have no money in Cisco, but telepresence is the one that I'm most familiar with. And so that I toss that out as a consideration that would be economical, that is scalable, that is efficient in the delivery of content. Amen.
Other trustees with questions?
Just to add, as a follow-on to a couple of earlier comments, I might take the same view of a system strategy, and in addition to an academic strategy or perspective, add an administrative system-wide strategy in the ways that resources can be shared or enhanced through technology and made more efficient system-wide, not just campus-wide.
Before we move on, I wanted to give President Jans, President Mulford, an opportunity if there's anything they want to jump in with regards to the capital framework.
Chair Gibbs, committee, as you've heard, this is a very complicated issue and trying to crack the nut. I will just say our states around us are figuring it out. I'll tell you, Winona State, two of our biggest competitors, UW La Crosse and UW Eau Claire. UW Eau Claire is building a $30 million science building. UW La Crosse just built a $50 million field house. And that they use in their marketing and their ability to say why students should go there. It makes it an incredibly competitive environment. So I'm taking it out of just the day-to-day running the buildings, which is important, but this is becoming a competitive issue. And if anything, you could sell the Minnesota state system on. We don't want Wisconsin better than us, so let's figure it out. So that would be one way to look at it. In addition, I know my colleagues, several of us were down at Wayne, Nebraska at Wayne State for the NSIC conference meetings. And the investment their board has made in Wayne State was very impressive and is going to make it harder and harder for us to be competitive in intercollegiate athletics. And again, that was investments made by their board of trustees. So I just think we need to remind, we don't live in an isolated shell in Minnesota, and we need to see what the areas around us. And as being a border state university, these are very important for at least our campus to be aware of. Oh, bonding, state bonding.
Trustee Hipp, trustees, so I'll speak, and again, just filling in for President Ringwald today. I want to speak specifically to two-year schools and specifically to our technical colleges or colleges that have a heavy footprint in those technical programs. And I just want to advocate that as we go through these discussions, we realize, and just don't forget that not all schools are equal and the same. So just like at our Pine Technical Community College, we have a lot of programming that's moved online. We've got quite a bit, or mostly stuff that's not online. It's in our welding shops, it's in our machine shops, it's in our auto shops, our nursing labs. Is that going to be online? Maybe some percentage of those programs will. And I think as we think about serving our communities and our mission, those facilities, again, lecture rooms are one thing, but and we were fortunate to have a historic investment through the bonding bill recently, which included new square footage. And our issue was we were running, as an example, our welding program out of a semi-trailer. Is that inspiring the young people? I don't know. We did a good job. We delivered the curriculum with great faculty, frankly, amazing faculty. every second year curriculum. And from a business side, which is always obviously something that the board's concerned about, you can't efficiently operate a program with 10 students in it. The semi-trailer only holds 10. And so there was a need for us and a really great return on investment. So I think these things, as you think about kind of edicts or directions about, no new square footage, I think I just want to advocate that we don't lose sight of the fact that, again, that applies very easily in some environments. And in many environments, again, a friend of mine, my colleague, President Seymour, who's trying to add a diesel program, that's not going online. And so how do we want to manage those things? And so I would just advocate for that consideration. I appreciate what's been pulled together from framework supportive of the direction. I like the fact that we're including the demolition dollars again, and I think it's going to take a couple cycles for that to maybe resonate and have some kind of a conversation on that. But I would encourage us to also be thinking of, as we move in that direction, and as we have an example or two of that where it's made a big impact, really capturing the story around that, what that did for that campus, what it meant from an operating perspective, just really putting that together, because I think the wrap around there back to the legislature to tell them to show what a little investment and impact that made can help us then sell the story for additional asks. So with that, any last minute comments, Vice Chancellor Mackey, on bonding or on capital plan before we move on to operating budget?
Thanks, Chair. Just two quick concluding comments to underline some comments that you just made. The demolition need is a particular priority at a few of our campuses. And so I think we agree that we need to have that in front of the legislature as much as possible to get that funding eventually. And that it also shows that we're addressing our overbuilt footprint directly by making this request. And then secondly, this equipment and learning environments, this was part of our operating budget request, and we had received funding for it in the 23 session. And to the Chancellor's point of what came out of Leadership Council, this is intended to be able to do smaller projects at several colleges and universities and invest some life into those programs that need to be where the learning environments need to be updated. So that is a little bit different than our normal request, and I think a critical component of it.
Very good. Thank you so much. This was a first reading, so we'll see it back again in June for action from the board. With that, we'll move on to the next item, which is the F26 operating budget. Vice Chancellor Mackey, you can go ahead when you're ready.
I'll start as the deck is being put up on the screen. Today's discussion is our first reading of our FY26 annual operating budget. This item occurs on a regular cycle each May and June, so that the colleges and universities can begin the fiscal year with an approved tuition and fee rates and operating budgets. Today's presentation is going to focus heavily on undergraduate tuition rates and parameters. Before we get to that portion of it, we are going to give you a preview of where we are landing with fee changes for next year, where we are with the higher education bill, and if it passed in its current form, its implications to Minnesota State and to our students related to some of the changes related to financial aid. You think of how much time I sit up here, I'd be able to figure out this clicker by now. I want to start by just grounding the discussion into board policy 5.11 for tuition and fees. And our tuition and fee policy, which was updated in 2023, seeks to balance 5 values in setting tuition and fees.
Often the one you'll hear mostly from me at this table is its regard in relation to institutional financial sustainability. But as or more important, affordable access to higher education, equity, transparency, and flexibility for innovation and emerging markets are also values that are taken into consideration as we bring forward tuition rates and fees for your approval. So the timeline, today is the first reading of the operating budgets, and I'll get more into where we are with student consultation letters a bit later in the presentation, but those come in this week as well. We will have final information and proposals from campuses right after the Memorial Day holiday, and then tee up a very dense packet for your consideration and approval for the June board meeting on June 17th and 18th in preparation of beginning the fiscal year on July 1st. Of course, the May 19th portion of this timeline, there wasn't a higher ed bill that was finished during regular session. So we'll talk about where that is at and what the idea that it will likely advance and substantively in the form it's in during a special session. I'll turn it over to Steve to walk through that portion. As the Vice Chancellor Mackey stated, the legislature did not pass the higher education funding bill during its regular session, but the conference committee on the bill did work out what appears to be a final agreement on the appropriations, and these should be passed when the legislature reconvenes for a special session. The starting point for this year's session was language put into law 2 years ago that set base levels for our main operating appropriations at lower levels for the coming 2026-2027 biennium. Specifically, the amount that will be available for base allocations under the allocation model is set to be $22.5 million lower per year, approximately 3.4% lower than the roughly $663 million that colleges and universities received this year. Also, the amount that will be available to backfill for the tuition freeze in the current biennium will be $12.5 million lower per year than was available this year. To put this in perspective, replacing this amount of funding at the system level would require a 1.7% increase in tuition. And together, those two $35 million will be referenced in a later slide. The only new money for the system in the conference committee's current bill is $500,000 in one-time funding for pollution remediation at Lake Superior College's Emergency Training Center. And also money for emergency grants to students and hunger-related grants to campuses would be appropriated directly to Minnesota State, removing the extra work of having these funds flow through the Office of Higher Education, but those are not new funds. The main challenge addressed by the legislature in this year's higher education funding bill was the shortfall in the state grant program. This slide lists the variety of ways the conference committee addresses this shortfall, with some additional funding and by tightening up some of the parameters that determine the amounts awarded. The bill lowers amounts recognized as living and miscellaneous expenses, increases amounts students and parents are expected to pay for outside of state grants, lowers the maximum lifetime credits a student can seek for state grants for, and shortens the length of time a student has to apply for state grants. As shown in the materials provided for today, roughly 42,800 Minnesota State students received state grants in fiscal year 2024, with an average award of $1,863. With the conference committee changes, some fewer Minnesota State students would have likely received state grants, and or the amounts of the state grants would have been somewhat smaller. However, as also is described in the packet, new financial aid programs such as North Star Promise and the Minnesota American Indian Scholars Program are now available and provide additional help for students in lower income groups and other groups seeking training and education in order to help fill workforce needs in the state's economy. We're going to shift to talking a bit about where we currently stand with fees. So the required fees that colleges and universities have, most of those fees are in the areas of student life and activities,
athletics fee, health services fee, technology fee, and sustainability fee. And what we receive from campuses is there's a limited increase being planned. There's a few institutions that in aggregate of those fees mentioned will be increasing more than 3%. All the fee proposals are below the maximum amount that have been authorized by the board as part of the policy revision that was done in 2023. There are certain types of fees like athletics and student life and activity. If the amount is proposed to increase by more than 2%, a student referendum must be done, and we had 3 of those done this year by 2 universities, and you can see the percent increases that are being proposed, and then the approval rate from the referendums that were done at those institutions. So in your June materials, you'll see that listed campus by campus. The revenue fund fees, these are fees where adequate fees must be charged for the use of revenue fund facilities to meet statutory requirements as well as debt requirements. So the fees, when they're set, must be sufficient to cover debt, operating costs, all repair and replacement costs. There isn't state funding for these types of facilities like there is for HEPA requests, and to have sufficient reserves. So the primary areas in the revenue fund are listed on the chart. And as you can see, the proposed annual revenue fund rates generally are around that 3%. The university room and board is a 4.6% increase being proposed. Inflation is pretty significant on the board portion of this equation. I think universities have been experiencing that for the past several years, but have done a good job of trying to meet these requirements, provide the services that are needed, but still be good stewards of making sure they have a stable financial operation. Again, our revenue fund facilities, not all campuses participate in them. All the universities and 8 of the colleges have facilities that are funded through the revenue fund. So in your June packet, that will be one part of the motion, is approving revenue fund rates that will be compiled and presented to you at that time.
Before we move into the tuition flexibility piece, I wanted to pause and see if anyone had any questions with regards to either required fees or the revenue fund fees and the adjustments there.
I should know the answer to this, but for example, university room and board for traditional double room, all of these proposed, or the annual average revenue fund, those funds that are collected through fees, it's like enterprise funds, right? When you say they cover the costs of these programs, does that include all of the services that are provided within that, and the employees and their health insurance and their benefits? Is it everything that relates to that being sustained?
Chair Hips, Trustee Sharon, yes, essentially, to use an example, a typical residential life budget would have included in there the costs of the RAs, the residential life director, and the other professional staff. Would likely include the maintenance or facilities team responsible for those units. And then it may involve, portions of other positions that have responsibilities covering that. So the budgets are intended to fully cover all costs, facility costs, non-facility costs related to that operation.
And so if for security, if they might contract, they might pay something to the campus's general fund in order to use their public safety services for campus housing, for example, rather than providing their own security personnel.
Chair Hips, Trustee Sharon, yes. I think each campus does it a bit differently, but that's a great example of the campus security, because
the revenue fund and its residential life is part of that. And that's a 24/7 operation that I believe most safety and security areas, there's a significant amount of funding that goes towards that operation as well as general fund support for the rest of the campus. Any other questions on fees? Seeing them, we'll move on to tuition. So I want to start by going back to the biennial budget request again. It was designed to allow the board to set tuition through its extensive consultation process, allowing for campus level discussions and decisions. We made a request in the area of operating support and student affordability of $285 million as part of the biennial budget request. Unfortunately, we're not going to receive any of that funding primarily due to the condition that the state is in financially. We also laid out in that request to allow for flexibility with differential tuition rates. And so you will see in your June packet there are differential tuition rates. There'll be some new ones. There'll be some ones that have increased due to extraordinary costs related to specialized equipment and supplies, accreditation standards, delivery methods, and some other specific costs. So Steve's team in particular works with the campuses in looking through those proposals, making sure they comply with policy so that they can advance for your consideration. So you will see a number of those that will be presented as part of the June discussion. And I know it was quite a bit of discussion last June because we had limited flexibility in that area due to the tuition freeze parameters that we were under in the last biennial budget bill. We also had as part of this that there be consideration for what we termed unique requests from institutions. So you'll see when we provide a recommendation on tuition parameters, there are a couple that I would say fall as being out of the norm of what the regular recommendations will be. I do want to talk a little bit about, before advancing, about where we are with the consultation process. I know it's really important to the board. Board policy requires that there's student consultation related to tuition and budgeting. And campus student associations are required to write a letter to the Board of Trustees describing the level of consultation and stating any position taken by the association. You'll receive copies of all these letters as part of your June packet and likely before that. There'll be about 50 letters. Some institutions have multiple letters. It depends on what their governance structure is. For example, Minnesota North has 5 campus associations and they each submit a letter. But then there's another multi-campus institution that has 2 campuses and they may combine and just submit one letter. And we also have some universities that will submit multiple letters. They'll submit a letter related to tuition recommendations, and then they'll submit another letter related to revenue fund recommendations for fees, and then maybe another one related to general fees. So each college and university complies with the policy, but the local culture of how that is developed over the years is a bit different. So you can expect to see about 50 different letters when that comes to be. As of today, or late yesterday afternoon, the good news is there's been no significant issues with the student consultation process. So student leadership has been generally satisfied with the level of consultation, being able to engage with the administration to understand the various factors that go into establishing tuition and fee rates and perhaps some of the trade-offs related to programs and services. We've received 5 of the 7 university letters to date. 4 of them took a position of supporting a tuition increase that was proposed. We have 17 of the 26 colleges represented thus far. The college ones, the majority of those letters have not taken a position related to tuition and fee increases. They've taken no position, and that's their prerogative based on the policy. 4 have supported or understood the proposed tuition increases, and then there's 4 that expressed concern or presented lower maximums than were ones that were being considered or presented by the administration. So there'll be a full report on that, but 2/3 or more of the work has already been done in advance of this meeting, and then those letters have been received. So I want to take us back to the April meeting where we presented 4 scenarios for discussion. A 3.5% increase, a 5% increase, and this is at a system average, a 7% and a 9%. And what we talked about is we basically were adjusting one variable as we were going through these assumptions. So the 56.3 would be total cost increases at 3%. So at 3% based on fiscal 25 numbers, it'd be 41.2 million in new compensation costs and 15.2 million in non-compensation costs. So that's a $56.3 million. The net new revenue, we started by subtracting 35 million. And that's based on what Steve covered is the 22.5 million lost in base appropriation and the $12.5 million lost in tuition relief from 25 going into 26. We then adjusted for projected new tuition revenue at these various tuition rates. So for example, the 3.5 scenario, there was 26.3 million in new tuition revenue that would be estimated, but that's offset by the $35 million loss. So the overall loss of revenue to the campuses would be 8.7% under that scenario. 1% of tuition, of undergraduate tuition, is roughly about 7.5 million. So you can kind of see how that plays out along these various scenarios. And then we were asked to provide a magnitude of what that structural gap would be. And so we took that and weighed it against positions or compensation because that's our primary cost. And so if we look at that, the percent total of FTEs across the system as well as number of positions, and then we also put the magnitude related to the number of colleges and universities that have budgets themselves that are smaller than what the system-wide structural gap is, just to try to put a little more perspective related to those numbers. And I'll pause. I see there's a question. Vice Chancellor Mackey, just going to step back. I think when you mentioned the 8.7, you mentioned that as percent. I think that's 8.7 million in the 3.5% scenario, correct? It's not a percent; it's a dollar. Chair Hips, yes, the negative 8.7 is negative $8.7 million. Trustee Hill. Mike. Chair Hips, Chair Stoll, yes, it does include that. So these scenarios show that under any scenario that was presented, there's going to be a significant structural gap at the system level, and that there will be budget reductions and reallocations needed under any scenario in order to have new revenue available to cover all the projected new costs. That would put a tuition increase at a rate that's not acceptable. That would be nearing 12%. So whatever solutions are ultimately approved, there'll be a combination of a tuition increase as well as tuition reductions, budget reductions or reallocations that will occur at each of our colleges and universities. So as it was proposed in your packet, we're bringing forward today a system average for parameters of a 5.5% tuition increase. And part of our policy talked about setting parameters or guidelines. And so we're not providing these specific tuition rates today. That would be
at the second reading, but that the system-wide average land at 5.5%. And using the same modeling that we did in April, and we did do it over a biennium, and we're really only talking about fiscal 26 right now, but for consistency, we modeled it the same way, is that if there was a 5.5% average system-wide tuition increase, that there would be a structural gap of $50 million in fiscal year 26. And so if you look at the line right above it, the new tuition revenue would be about 41 million. And so about 44% of it or so would be covered in new revenue. And then the majority of it, 56% or so, would have to be through budget reductions, reallocations, or use of fund balance. And again, this is making some very high level assumptions, 3% on compensation and other costs, and then the reduced operating appropriations factoring into that of $35 million.
If I may,
Trustee Coles.
thank you, Chair Hibbs. Mr. Mackey, in this scenario of your model of 5.5% tuition increase, is that a 5.5% tuition increase in each of the next 2 years? So it would be 5.5% in the first year and then 5.5% in the second year. Is that what the model expresses?
Chair Hibbs, Trustee Coles, while we're focusing on 26 for this discussion for consistency for what we presented in April, it does show the same in each of those years. So you're correct. Specific parts of the proposal that are in your packet. We are proposing a college average maximum tuition increase of 4.5% and a university average undergraduate maximum tuition increase of 6.5%. And I want to spend a few moments explaining the rationale behind that, the differentiations by sector, and then even by institutions within that sector. So why do we have different maximums for each sector? Over the past 10 years or so, as we've talked about several times, there's been tuition freezes and limitations that have put more stress on the colleges and universities that have a larger reliance on tuition revenue in their operating budgets than state appropriation. And that has created a larger gap in between new revenue and being able to cover inflationary increases over that time period. And that ultimately has created a difference that I think played out in the January report that we had to the board related to the financial health of our institutions, is there's a difference in the financial health between sectors, between the university sector and the college sector at this point in time. And just to give a more specific example, if we went back to fiscal year 24, and that was when we received the $293 million from the state. In fiscal year 24, we had a 10.4% increase in our base appropriation that ran through the allocation model, so 10.4%. And then on the tuition side, there was a 3.5% increase. So the costs went up in that particular year by more than 5%. So if we look at it from that perspective, if you're more reliant on tuition than appropriation, you receive 3.5% new revenue for the majority of your revenue and 10.4% on the smaller portion of your revenue. On the other side, if you're mostly on appropriation, you receive double-digit increase for the majority of your revenue at 3.5%. So that put more financial pressure, and that gap, though not as dramatic in other years, has been persistent over the last 10 years. So the tuition rate maximums based on it, what we're proposing is basing it on institutional financial health based on 24 data. And this is only for fiscal year 26. This isn't a long-term approach that's being recommended. And I would have to say that
this is by far from a perfect methodology. There's significant weaknesses that could be proposed with this recommendation. However, it is a data-centered approach using data that we have and recognizing where institutions currently are at with their financial health. I would say it's fair to say that when this was presented to colleges and universities, and certainly the president's liaisons can weigh in more, that it wasn't particularly well received. But it's a plan that's being proposed in looking at where we're at, and then recognizing that long-term financial sustainability is that treating everyone the same, like a 3% or whatever increase, that hasn't worked out and has created some of this disparity, and that's trying to be addressed by looking at different levels related to tuition tiering here with maximum. So as we looked at this, and another aspect I wanted to point out is when we talked about financial health indicators and we reported starting at the retreat in September, there was a lot of discussion about monitoring financial health of the institutions and being more proactive in that. And I think that the chancellor has been very engaged and very proactive in that throughout the year. And as we've been having meetings and discussions related to financial health indicators, as we reported in January, these types of meetings have occurred with all 7 of the state universities, while only 5 of the colleges. So there is, again, a difference by sector that isn't laid out just by opinion. It's laid out by the facts of where we look at the current financial conditions. So you can see the various tiers, and in your packet, it shows where the institutions fall within those tiers. At the colleges, about half of them would have up to a 4% increase, 6 up to 4.5% increase, and that's if they have a fund balance below 50% and a CFI above 4, or a fund balance below 50 or CFI below 4, that would be another 6, could go up to 5%. And many of those that are in that category were in the meetings that I just previously mentioned. And then there would be one exception, a unique circumstance of allowing Inver Hills to go up to 8% as they're going through their merger to bring Inver Hills tuition up to Dakota County Technical College's tuition, and doing it over time instead of doing it all in one reset. With the universities, the tiers are fund balance above 20% or CFI above 2. Even looking at the different metrics that are used, the fund balance and the CFI parameters are lower. The 3 universities would be up to 6%, fund balance below 20 or CFI below 1 up to 6.5%. And then Minnesota State University Mankato is proposing a reset of their undergraduate tuition band to move from a 12 to 18 credit model to a 13 plus credit model. And that would allow having to adjust prices a little bit more than what the inflationary increase is. So they would, if this moved forward, they would be allowed to go up to 8%. And the focus of that adjustment is really based on student success and based on them looking at their peers, that getting students to graduation faster has significant savings, as well as other institutions that they look at when they benchmark, like South Dakota State and North Dakota State have similar models. The University of Minnesota Duluth has a similar model related to that, and it is an adjustment that their student consultation letter is in, and the students do support that adjustment. So adding this information now into the April scenarios that we shared with you, so we incorporate the 5.5 in as a 5th scenario, it lands, as I mentioned before, about a $50 million shortfall for fiscal year 26. It generates a net new revenue of $6.3 million because we have to back out the lost appropriation that occurs. So the new tuition revenue is 41.3. But we're losing 35 million in appropriation, so that generates 6.3 million in new revenue. So again, tuition increases are not being looked at here at all to solve any budget gaps. It's again going back to the 5 values that are in board policy, trying to weigh all those factors in setting a tuition rate that could be deemed as acceptable by most constituents and not have a overly negative impact on any one entity. So that concludes my overall remarks, and I'll stand for questions and comments and turn it back over to the Chair Pepsch.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey. I want to give the Chancellor a chance to talk about kind of the process, his thinking, and then the two president liaisons, and then I want to open it up to the trustees for questions.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. There really are two pressures on what we do with tuition. The upward pressure that the presidents are worried about is inflation and the fact that they don't have the budget they need now to do what they're doing, let alone in a scenario in which the legislature is giving us nothing, and the tales from the past action. So that's an upward pressure to try to have tuition go higher. The downward pressure is a political analysis that for the first time in a very long time, the legislature has given this board the authority to set tuition. And the last time the legislature took that away, and took it away for a long time, was because the legislature was displeased with the rate of tuition increases that this board in its past life had implemented. And so the legislature said, that's too much, that's too high, we don't care for that, we're going to take it back. So those two, that upward pressure and that downward pressure on what tuition should be, the art, not the science of trying to figure this out, was where do those lines intersect? Where can we go as high as we think we can to support what these campuses need while keeping it as low as we think it needs to be to avoid the legislature saying to this board again, you know what, we don't trust you, we're just going to take it back, we'll set tuition, which wouldn't be as high as what's being proposed here, I think. It is exactly right that the presidents, I think, almost universally found this to be an unpopular proposal. They didn't like it, I think would be accurate. I think there were two features of it that they found to be unpopular. I think they felt that the rate was too low across the board in that model. So uniformly, I think the presidents thought that's too low a number. And they were, I would say generally, they didn't like the differentiation that you saw, that it's tied to fund balance and CFI score, and that differentiated where folks landed. Though I think that was a little more divided. I don't know that they were as uniformly opposed to that. Maybe it depended on where you landed on that, whether you like that feature more or less. I would point out, from my perspective, that feature is a reflection of systemness from my perspective. But I think the presidents were not uniformly crazy about it. I would point out, Bill was talking about the sector differences. I think the average CFI score in the university sector, Bill, jump in if I'm off base here, I don't have it in front of me, but I think the average CFI score in the university sector is about 1, and the average CFI score in the college sector is 5. And CFI stands for Composite Financial Index, for those of you who are less familiar with this. And when you have a Composite Financial Index of below 2, the Higher Learning Commission, who accredits us, takes a special interest in you and gets all up in it and needs all kinds of reporting and stuff. So when you're above a 2, HLC considers you to be fine, keep at it. When you're below a 2, they get quite interested, and you have to do all kinds of additional reporting. And if you start approaching 0, and the HLC starts talking about your viability. And so to repeat again, 2's kind of that bright line. The average at think for the university sector is maybe around 1. The average for the college sector is around 5, with some variation. What else can I say? We've got 2 universities with fund balances that are, as this board's aware, because we've reported it here before, is, you know, kind of close to 0. And in fact, we have loaned money to 2 institutions, to state use, to help them in this regard. And the last political thing I would note is we are unaware, I'm looking back at Bernie, but at this time we are unaware of any institution, state institution, that is going as high as what you just heard proposed nationally. So we believe on the very highest end of what's being proposed for the year to come with the numbers you heard, and what political pressure does that cause? So those would be just a few of my observations about this. But again, this is more art than science. Bill, am I kind of in the ballpark on those CFI scores?
Chancellor, you talked about downward pressure. I would assume that there would also be a downward pressure from affordability for students to be able to, you know, afford, you know, what level, or those that are currently in the system, what they, you know, they came in the system thinking, okay, this is what my cost of education is going to be. There's probably an upper boundary there that presses that down a little bit also.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. Yes, indeed there is, though that is less precise than you might think. I would expect later today we might hear from Students United and Lead MN about where they feel tuition should come in. We had a meeting last week with leadership of Students United and Lead MN students and staff, and didn't get from them a precise number, but generally speaking, they have preferred it to be lower. Just from a student affordability standpoint, that's exactly right. I would say historically, Lead MN has tended to, historically, I'm speaking now, has tended to prefer no increase at all, a tuition freeze kind of no matter what. And Students United has been a little more nuanced, keep it low, but don't eliminate my program. I would say has historically been more their position. Bill already characterized what the consultation letters look like so far. Many of them don't take a position. Those that do sometimes support what the administration of that campus is proposing, sometimes advocate a freeze or a lower tuition. So it's not a single direction that it all points.
Very quickly to our president liaisons, anything that you'd like to add into the conversation?
Chair Hipsch, I'd like to just add that we did go through a formal consultation process with our student body, of which you have that letter, of which we met with them multiple times, February 4th, February 10th, February 18th, March 3rd, March 17th, April 7th. And they came back with, we want you to raise our tuition 9% because of these things we want to keep, and we do not want to have these things impacted. And they understood our competitive need to stay competitive within a region, and understood the services they might be using if we didn't. So at a 6.5, that would be considered disappointing, I mean, into trying to make all the budget balance. So that's where our students came in. I know at the university sector, we have tremendous pressures on our budgets already because of the way the allocation model is written with tuition buy down. And there is differentiation in between the two sectors, and it needs to be realized.
Chair Hipsch, trustees, so I will speak a little bit about my college, but primarily about the process. I think, Vice Chancellor Mackey is highly respected. That might not even be a strong enough word amongst the presidents. He's just very well respected. And he had the unfortunate task of standing in front of a group of presidents. I think there were audible gasps in the room when the chart that you just saw was brought forward. And Bill was a professional and stood up there and articulated as best he could about the philosophies against some of what we've got. Presidents just disagreed that this was the right approach. They just disagreed. We were asked for opinion, and so we provided it. I think very strongly. I don't want to represent Vice Chancellor Mackey, but this was a tough ask, and he probably will tell you this is one of the toughest meetings he had to stand in front of. And I've been in a lot of those myself, and again, ask a lot of questions. There's probably not a perfect way to do it. I think we all recognize that as presidents. To President John's, Jan's point is, our sectors are different inside of that 2-year group, the different levels to it. This is where I could stand here and talk about, or sit here and talk about, Pine Technical and Community College, because we're the lowest cost college in the state. When you add fees and tuition, we're the second lowest tuition in the state. 4.5% on the lowest is a lot different than 4.5% on the highest. And yet our bargaining agreements, our utility costs, all these things tend to be more similar on the expense side across our campuses than different. But our tuition, our revenue side is very different. And I said yesterday when I was able to participate, is mission and location tend to be the single 2 biggest drivers that I think when we think about financial health in our institutions. If you were born in a big metropolitan area as an institution, there's a lot more people to go to your school. Mission, it costs a lot more to put on a welding program than it does a lot of other programs, physical plant, lab assistance, supplies, materials, replacement costs. Those are just realities, not anybody's fault. It's just the way it is. And so I don't think some of that got factored into this. And I think that was maybe some of the feedback. And again, I might be biased in my comments based on my own experience. I don't like CFI, and I shared this with Vice Chancellor Mackey and during our conversation, which was a really good conversation last week or 2 weeks ago. CFI is heavily weighted by reserves, but there's other indicators like physical assets, which you can't spend. And so if we're going to go into a financial headwind, I can't sell a part of my building to cover increasing labor costs or student fee, costs versus maybe a more true measure, just like you would in your own personal finances. You've got money in a savings account versus you can't sell a part of your house to cover the utility bills. Those are the kind of things that we are going to have to deal with. On a longer term, it's not for this discussion. I think our system needs to have, and this has been an ongoing discussion over probably decades now, just a macro level kind of grand bargain discussion around tuition and fees and how we're structured, because we continue in the history of the last probably 15 years, as Chancellor Olson said, a lot of this is we keep compounding what has been historical disparities or structures. Again, nobody's fault. That's just the way we ended up. And then we just add 3.5% to the same history and another 3% or another 3%. And at some point, we have to recognize that it just costs more for different reasons, no different than our cost per mile on a rural road versus the interstate per car. So anyways, I just think there's a lot there. But I will say that the president's fundamentally, in my remembrance and participation in discussion, feel that those 3, and I'll speak to the 2-year school specifically, we're not high enough to be able to sustain some of the important work that we're doing. Thank you so much. Real quick question back to President. Love the student consultation and hearing them come back from the 9.8. As you had that conversation, what was the conversation over the course of the biennium? 9.8 they came back with. Was there an expectation that we're going to get 9.8 each of the next 2 years? Was it that they're going to, would it be 9.8 this year and then maybe not something the following year? How did that conversation take place? Oh, your mic.
Yes, Chair Hips, we did talk about long-term ramifications and also looking back. We took both a historical look back at how we got here to the situation and forward. One of the things is that Winona State, to give you a context, we've already cut $10 million just in the last 2 years to try and get us to a kind of space where we're at right now. And the students have seen that. We talked about the forecast for the next 4 years, that we have these 2 years that are bad and then the next 4 years are really bad. And so we've talked about that in broad strokes. And they're just trying to help us. I believe their intent was to buoy the ship up so we can at least get into a good financial position going into even harder years 3 and 4.
Questions for trustees? Trustee Grosska.
So my initial question, and Chancellor, you began to address that with downward pressure. My question had to do with whether or not that's the right reason to settle where we settled with that 5.5%. We talk about, and we talk around actually, the impact. Bill is absolutely right. This is not going to solve the issues that we have. However, it is worthy to mention, and I can only speak on the university side, but it'd be interesting to hear the impact on the two-year side, that what students are aware of and probably concerned about is that the first thing that is going to disappear are services. They're going to lose their advising, their mentoring, their writing, before they lose their faculty, because those institutions that are declaring retrenchment, faculty will have a year before they disappear. So as a student looking at their institution, their program, their opportunities, what they see is continually diminishing. And I think we need to recognize that. The chancellor has talked about it before. I have been through this experience significantly. In 2010, I lost a third of my faculty to the situations that we're going through. And so I think that we need to be plain in that regard. You can't speak in the abstract. Dollars don't say much. But when it's people, when it's programs, when it is services, that makes it a little bit different. And that ties back to the observation that is the political pressure the right reason to begin at 5.5%? And obviously, therefore, I'm higher than that. I told Bill that I was going to ask a question, and my question is going to be, given the different cultures, communities, institutions that we have, was there any consideration given to allowing those who are best able to see and experience, where they live and the students that they have and the institutions that they support, the opportunity to make decisions that are directly going to impact them? So that's the question that I'm going to ask you, Bill. Each president, so President Jan's making a decision, President Mulford making a decision.
Chair Hips, I'm Trustee Grabowska. I want to, before I answer the question, I just want to bring up one other point that was discussed pretty extensively in April, and that was thinking about our tuition strategy over the next 4 years, knowing that 2 years from now could be a really dire economic condition with the state compared to where it is now. Related to just having individual institutions propose tuition rates without parameters. We did, take the pulse, or I would say more of a straw poll of where colleges and universities were at, and as recently as March. And in taking all of that into consideration, if each president brought forward their proposal, we'd be sitting here today with asking for an average at about 8.5% for the system. And my understanding from what the role of bringing a proposal forward that the board will approve is that was too high for a system average. So that's where further discussion came into establishing some parameters of trying to find a spot that was acceptable of considering student affordability, financial sustainability of institutions, as well as what may be coming down the road for us over the next couple of years.
Thank you, Chair Hips. Another thing I think that weighed on our mind in terms of this question about should the political analysis be the dominating factor on this. I think we've struggled a lot with the idea not only of what's needed now, but looking longer term, what is going to happen next year and the next year and the next year. And this is debatable because we don't have a crystal ball to know what could happen. But here's a scenario. Let's say we did 8.5 or 9 right now, that was twice the average. And let's say that the legislature was displeased with that and said, we're not going to let this board make this decision again. And then, given the state's problems, they've taken it back, and then we have 0 and 0 and 0. That's a scenario, right? We don't know that that would happen, but then at the end of 4 years, the total would have been 9. The alternative that we kind of came down on was that if we thought we were coming in under that threshold and that this board preserved the right to set tuition then for the second, third, and fourth year of this big financial challenge, well, maybe it's 5.5 this year, and maybe it's 5 next year, and then maybe it's 7 and 7 after that, and then you come out of the 4 years in a better position. The trick is we don't know what that number is that would trigger the legislature to say, we're not going to let you do that. This we don't know. It could be, I think we've, maybe at some time Bernie's going to stand up and walk forward, I don't know. But we have talked to, no, he's not. Okay. We're on our own, Bill. Steve, okay. I think in some conversation with legislators, we think that the 5.5 is not a triggering event. You know, if we came in today and said 15, we think that probably would be a triggering event. Is 9? Is 8.5? This is an unknowable thing. But what we need to think about isn't only sort of this moment, but also the next year and the next year and the next year, and what could happen. But we have to do that in the absence of a TARDIS or a crystal ball.
Trustee Johnson. Committee first. Sorry.
Sorry, I'd be happy to let you go first, but my mic is on, so I'm going to go. Well, I have so many questions, and I'm trying really hard to understand this, and I think, at least in part, the complexity and all of the rationale and emotion that goes into these decisions. It does seem to me, I'm going to say maybe the unspeakable, but I'm going to speak it anyway. It does seem to me that one of the assumptions that we're making is that all institutions and all programs are worth preserving. And I think that's an assumption that I think underlies this, and it's a bigger question than we're going to resolve today with how big should the tuition increase be. But I think it is a question that is out there. As I was looking at this and then looking also at the whatever that distribution model is that we talked about yesterday, trying to understand myself what we're rewarding. Are we rewarding good performance, poor performance? How are those things defined? And those are also questions that I think are kind of surrounding this, tied to that assumption that we're making, that everything is worth preserving. And we may need to have a conversation about that at some point as well. So those are my comments. I do have some kind of basic questions. Could you give an example or two of what the actual, I get the percents, but what's the dollar amount on tuition? What does that look like? I'm thinking as a, potentially my kids are all done with college, but thinking as a parent, what's that going to look like? So there's that question. And then the other questions I asked the last time, but maybe they're not worth answering. And one of the questions is, what's the debt load that students are leaving our institutions with? And I'd like to see that by sector. So are they, is it above national averages? What is the student debt load when they leave our campuses? And then I know I asked this question and it might not be appropriate for public institutions, but I'm going to put it out there again anyway, because I think it's relevant. What is the tuition discount? I know that private institutions do that. I think the highest level was in 2022, and it was 56.6%, which is sustainable if you have a big endowment. But what my question is, phrase it however you want, use whatever language you want. I want to know what students are actually paying with Pell Grants and North Star and state and some of the other things. What are students actually paying? To me as a trustee, if I have some sense of that, it helps me know how high or how low that that increase should be. So I'm done. Thank you.
Chair Hips, Trustee Johnson. So tuition for a full-time student at our two-year colleges, the average is $54.71. And at our universities, it's $86.85. So per credit at a college, our average is about just over $182. So a 4.5% increase would be about just over $8 per credit. Related to your questions, we don't do a large amount of tuition discounting, and we have been working to get that information from our financial statements, but it's not with our decentralization of how campuses use financial aid and everything. There isn't a simple answer to that, but we took note of it, and we are trying to get that information because I know that's an important consideration. And with some of the moving parts on the state financial aid, it also makes it more difficult for us to get that. But we definitely took note of your question and are working through that. And I forgot the question that was in between those two.
The other question has to do with the debt that students are leaving with, and we do have, that is available, I think. Maybe it's not, I don't know, but that was my other question.
Well, Chair Hips, Trustee Johnson, we'll get them to you before we conclude this meeting. I believe we have it in our inbox because we did follow up on that after the last meeting and did get a number on that.
Trustee Johnson, put your mic on. Sorry.
Just for discussion, I have a grandson who just graduated from the electrical maintenance program. How much debt do you think you have? None. Okay, none. He worked in the summer, worked a little bit at a liquor store and at the bar. None.
Trustee Coles.
Just to follow up on recent comments, historically, Mr. Mackey, it seems to me we've had a couple of charts for these discussions in the past, both around student debt and also about net cost to students, which addresses discounting if it exists. I don't think it does, but nonetheless, we have some robust grant and loan opportunities. But we showed those graphs also as quartiles of family income. And that, I think, is also a relevant appreciation of who among our student body are paying what rates on a net basis. You might also include, I would appreciate, whatever current information you can give us, this is really for the June presentation, around what the net effect of the state grant adjustments might be, but also any insight into the House bill in regards to Pell grants and the impact that may mean relative to the net cost to our particular student body, which I think would be unusually more affected than sort of your average, as well as and whether or not the state will make up that Pell loss and the North Star Promise grant and so forth. So if you could make sure that larger context that leads into a net student cost by income quartile, that's been very helpful, I think, to provide context in that. Student debt in a similar way by quartile.
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles, I'll just be direct about this. It's a challenge for us to get accurate data that's looking forward, and even the charts we've provided in the past, I think there's been some concern about some of the data. So we'll do the best we can, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to satisfy exactly what you're asking for looking forward. Unfortunately, in this particular area, one of the few elections that happened where we have to we'll do our best in looking with our partners. I guess all the moving parts.
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles, it's unlikely we're going to have really a concrete plan before next board meeting, based on what is happening in Congress. The reconciliation bill, as we speak, I think is still in rules on a marathon meeting. They anticipated getting to the floor, but then the entire process with the Senate and how that's going to play out, and different decisions by the Senate parliamentarian as it relates to Pell, we're not going to probably have that for you before the next board meeting. We may, it would be in our best interest if we didn't, because having that reconciliation piece slow down a bit might be in our best interest on that side.
Then I'll make a friendly amendment in this regard. Could you give a characterization for the June update as to what are the challenges for the state budget 2 years hence?
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles, that's a great question, and it's probably the most important question as a board. You're thinking through the tuition discussion over the next 4 years. I will say that kind of the political number lasted for about a day when I mentioned it to Vice Chancellor Mackey, and that was to be under 4%. Now, President Mulford would have really been aghast at Leadership Council if that's the number that came up. So, at 5.5%, I think the Chancellor mentioned, you do any search across the country, that's at the high end, and maybe that's irrelevant, but it seems to, kind of be a marker where other states are in. As for the ongoing question about the state's budget, first of all, I would say that if you take a look at the budget, that's the targets that were agreed to by all the players, there's still a $2 billion hole going into the next biennium. So that's where we start. Now, there'll be people that will come up and say, yeah, but there's going to be an election between now and then we're just going to be able to raise taxes and we're going to get out of it, perhaps. But I would say that since 1990 to today, there's only been like 4 or 6 years of that entire time where there hasn't been split government. So I think we should be thinking more about perhaps split government in the environment about raising significant revenue. So if we start with $2 billion in the hole, and if you extrapolate that from the percentage that the state gives higher education, it's around 6%. So that's $120 million for higher ed. We get half of that. We start next biennium, if that's just going down to tuition, we'd have to raise 3% each year just to cover that hole for the next biennium. So I think when the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor were talking about, looking at over 4 years and making sure we have capacity at this board over 4 years is really important as you kind of think through where do you want to position yourselves. And, Chancellor mentioned, 5 and 5 and 7 and 7. That's a 25% increase over the next 2 bienniums, which is tough to even talk about. But there's a level of
the board has in the past said, we're not going any higher than X, even before the legislature weighed in. So I think those are the questions really that kind of maybe to think through how we, position ourselves going forward. And to your point about Pell, the federal reconciliation, and whatever they do in the budget this fall, I would suggest that kind of like there's no positive news coming as it relates to, the federal financial aid. So if there's a big hole again in the state grant going into the next biennium because of actions at Congress now, that's where the focus would be, if there would even be new revenue on the table, would be in trying to reconcile the negative part of the state grant. So those are all the moving pieces. And, my recommendation to the board personally is not based on a political number. It's thinking through, where do you want to be in 4 years and have enough there so you don't spend all the capital now, and make sure it's there in the next biennium as well.
I think. Sorry, if I may, and I'll see you after this, promise. The decision that we'll be making next month is for 1 year or 2 years of tuition. Chair Hibbs, Trustee Coles, it is for tuition for the 25-26 academic year, 1 year. Looking at time, we're coming up right on our time limit, but can we extend it a little bit into lunch? Another 10 minutes. Let's what closed section is that? 10 minutes, okay. So keep that in mind having questions. Trustee Johnson, then Trustee Erlinson, then Trustee Sharon.
Thank you, Chair Hibbs. Just want to say what a fantastic presentation. I know this is hard. I had a colleague who used to say, well, it's not the money, it's the money. It's the money, right? And those are hard discussions. And want to thank Karen for her excellent presentation. I thought they were great. As the newbie, just in support of Trustee Johnson's points, that as newbies on the board, it's pretty clear to me that we have a structural gap, regardless of if we decide that it's 5.5 or 9% or 12%, but we really need a strategic plan that looks at expenses, revenue, changing demographics, changing needs of our students. I was surprised that 30% of our classes are now online. Changing technology, competition, yes, Wisconsin is, creeping up on us, so is North Dakota, so is the U of M. We really need to step back and look at the forest and say, what is the forest that we're tending, and how should we tend it in the future? And I could use forest analogies and beetle bugs and all those kind of things, but I won't. But just a plea. I'm also, you may know, I'm on the Minnesota Zoo Board, and we've done the same thing there. We have an aging plant, 50 years old in 2028. We've got a hospital that is failing, and we've been actively raising money privately to support the hospital, in addition to begging the state legislature to help us replace it. But, what's really helped us is we have a strategic plan, and we have a strategic facilities plan. They're hand in glove, and you can't have one without the other. We can't plan our facilities without knowing who are we going to be in the next 5 to 10 years. And I know things change fast, but from past lives, your strategic plan is a living document, and you update it every year. You update it and project it, because things change. So that's my plea. And Chair Sewell had referenced that we're going to do some of that at the retreat, and I hope we really embrace that, because we need to, in our fiduciary responsibility as board. Thank you.
Trustee Erlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience with me. Trying to be quick, and I think everybody's made great comments, and thank you guys. I know you're overstressed about lots of things going on. I think the difference, Chancellor, between now and when they took our tuition authority away is we didn't have the promise program. I'll just point that out. So if we charged $100,000 or $2, as far as I know, the promise program is going to pay 100% of everybody under $80,000, unless they change those rules. So we need to keep that in mind, and that affects what the Benson chart, those quintiles. The way I understand the promise program is Pell comes first, whether Pell's paying $500 or $5,000, and the promise fills in the gap. So that is not relevant again for the lowest income people in the state. For tuition. I think it matters. The other key piece I think with the legislature is it matters a lot where the unions are and the students. And if we are all on the same page that we cannot cut the bone out of our colleges and universities, or there's no reason to exist, that matters. I don't know where they all are, but I think we need to have a conversation. If we're all on the same page, why would legislators say they know better than everyone in this room, right? And I don't know that we're on the same page, but it sounds like the students get it for the most part. And by the way, we've rarely raised tuition. I've been around for 12 years. It's been 0, 0, 2%. I looked up the cost of a phone because we did this when Dwayne Benson was here. When we had the Benson chart, you said $8 per credit. What does that mean full time? Okay, for a semester then? 240 bucks. Okay. Average cell phone cost per month is $141. What's more important? I get that it's like a device everybody needs, but isn't education something people need to get better in life? And so the other states, Bernie, I know that matters and someone else is saying it, but many states are non-union across the board, or they're only the faculty. So we pay our people well, and other states put more of their money into higher education compared to Minnesota. Huh? Yeah, we're terrible. Right. So I think as a whole group in the room, we got to talk to these people at the Capitol about the facts. And if they don't think teaching people to fish is important and we just keep giving the fish out, we're never going to have enough money in our state. We got to have all of our people achieving where they want to be in life so they can contribute. And we're the engine that does that, as you've said. What do you call it? The single most important. One more thing, what does this mean for reduction in force? That's another thing. How many people are going to lose their jobs?
The single most important civic institution in the state of Minnesota. It's the Minnesota state system. I think it's the most important institution advancing our state that we have.
Yeah, Chair Hibbs, Trustee Erlinson, to put it into a relationship to compensation and employee FTE, we included it on this chart here. That doesn't, I mean, there's vacancies and other things related to, but that just to get a magnitude, that's the scope of it.
Thank you. I know our time is short, so I'll just make these as comments or considerations, given this is the first reading and doesn't require a response. First of all, we've been doing a lot of risk analysis, given that that's what we've been talking about, and you know that it's a matter of what degree of risk are we willing to take when we make the decision as it relates to what we can't anticipate about the future. In terms of the legislature I'm talking about now. Anyway, there's been a reference to the fact that there's some coalition around the idea that 5.5% is an acceptable level of risk, that there's been discussions in the past about not, that 12.5% would be too high. I would like to, I don't know if that's too high, but I don't know that if 5.5% is a correct number either. And I would my feedback would be to consider that perhaps that's not high enough. The second point is that I do think that the concept of the board approving tuition can be done by allowing presidents to engage in determining what they need, that the students need, and what they need to sustain their system. And I don't have an assumption that the presidents are not also concerned about the long-term consequences that the legislature might engage in as it affects their tuition. You know, I don't think that we at the system level are more concerned or are more able to consider all of the kinds of things that we're talking about in this risk analysis. I think our presidents think about that as well, in terms of whether or not they can get students based on what it is they're charging for credit, whether or not making an excessively high decision will affect the capacity of them to get money in the future. So I think all of this discussion about risk at our level is also, I trust that would occur at the presidential level. I also would ask, Bill, in the future, discussions about this at the second reading, if there's been any consideration to changing what percent the buy down occurs, so that the money that moves back into the allocation model out of what is assumed to be tuition, that the percent be reduced, that what the possibilities are of reallocating tuition dollars into the allocation model, that number, that buy down number, be looked at and considered for change as a way of helping do some of what we're trying to do in terms of fixing what has become a bigger gap between members of our system. I think that when we talk about what other states, and you're talking about the percent of increase, what does that fall within 5.5% in terms of the global look? Our tuition rates are very low. I think that Trustee Erlandson so often talked about what a great deal education is in Minnesota because we've been able to keep our rates low. So when they're applying that percentage of increase, it's against a higher number in other states. And so you have to take that into account when you're just throwing that number out as what's happening around us. You have to talk about what are they applying that percentage against. And Minnesota, and we're very proud of it, is lower. Would probably remain that even with some of these increases. And if we did something, this is only two more points. If we did something in terms of allowing presidents to establish what they need into a tuition increases, and we're concerned about the future, we could set a parameter around that, saying that this will only occur for a year for this next biennium and be reevaluated based on what the outcomes are. And then finally, I really had already written it, and I like the comments that saying we need to consider what we can do as a system to adjust what we're having to pay for, and revisit what the parameters are about what we can afford in terms of the size of the system. And I'm hoping that, I know this is a very controversial and very dangerous kind of a conversation, has a lot of risk associated with it, but I think the board has to start to, given what's coming at us and given the parameters that we're living with, I think the board has to answer the question that was asked earlier in the audit report, and that is, what level of risk are we as a board going to muscle up to and take in order to make sure that we protect our students' capacity to get an education, quality education, and that we can sustain our system. And that's it. Nobody has to respond. I'm giving you what my concerns would be when it comes to a second reading and I have to vote on something.
Thank you, Trustee Sharon. We have two other trustees, Trustee Sewell, Trustee Moe, and then I have a closing comment. And then, so, Trustee Sewell.
Thank you for your thoughtful proposal, Vice Chancellor Mackey, and the whole team that worked on this. You know, for me, I appreciate the input from the legislative staff and That's a consideration, but it's not my primary consideration. I wonder why those legislators feel that way. You know, why would they be concerned that tuition would be raised by, quote, too much? Why would they be upset with 9% as opposed to 5%? And I assume they think they're looking out for the students. I assume that's what they're thinking. And for me, you know, I love you guys, you presidents. You know that. And I love the faculty. I say it at every commencement. You are the heart of this system because that's where learning happens, and all the bargaining units and everyone who works in the system. But for me, I'm here because of the students. And I remind myself, and I watched almost 3,000 of them walk across stages in the last couple of weeks. And I'd like for us at lunch to think about how many students you guys saw walk. And I'd like to total up that number when we have our board meeting this afternoon. But that's what I'm thinking about on this tuition proposal. And I realize, you know, you're 15 or 20 engaged students at the Student Senate. I think 9% is okay, and maybe 9% next year. I'm not going to support 20% tuition increase over the course of the next 2 years. That's not happening for me. Because I know that some of those students cannot afford that. And some of the students in the Student Senate, fine, and some of the students who write these letters, maybe so. We'll hear from Lead MN and Students United, I hope, this afternoon. But, and I'll keep an open mind on this, but I know that some of those students I saw walk across that stage cannot afford 9% or 20% over 2 years tuition increase. And maybe they won't stand up and say that. But I think we have to be grounded in thinking about that aspect. And I realize there's consideration, as Trustee Grabowski says, well, you know, do they realize they're going to lose these services, etc. I'm not sure a lot of these students are thinking about that either. And they're thinking about how much it's going to cost for me to get my welding certificate or my welding degree or my practical nursing certificate or degree. And that's a big consideration for me.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo Chair Solo's comments about the finance team and to say I think this has been a excellent presentation. I think you have threaded the needle, as difficult as that probably has been. So I want to express my support for this. I want to add something to that, and I'm being a bit parochial now, but a couple of years ago, I pointed out the little school district I live in, which is consolidated three communities, Winger, Erskine, and McIntosh. So it's the Winnie Mac School District. Okay? They had a graduating class of 34 students. And this gets to Chair Solo's comments about the concern about the student and the finances and debt. And this comes directly from the Erskine Echo, which is not fake news. They represented over $100,000 of scholarships in that little school district. And I know that's replicated all over the state. This is just a little school district. They gave over $100,000 in scholarships. So that's also a factor, I think, that helps kind of offset some of that. And you're right, we can't calculate that into the equation. But as we reflect on increasing tuition, I think that has to be a part of the equation here. But again, I want to thank the team for putting together what I think is a very thoughtful proposal, and I think a doable proposal. Thank you.
the trustees for the conversation of where it is. The key piece that comes back to for me is not thinking about this solely in the about this year, but it's about this biennium and it's about the next one. So looking at over that 4 year, and we have to look at it over that full time period. Trustee Johnson, your comment on the strategic plan, to really understanding what is our plan over multi-year is important. What's our plan for more shared services? What is our, everything is intertwined between each other. But one other comment that I would love to have us think about is, we'll set the official rate for this year, but we should be also willing to kind of set an expectation of what we're leaning towards for the second year of that biennium. So it's not just assume that whatever we set it for in 26, we just automatically have that for the second year, because I don't think that's realistic. And I want to make sure we have our minds around it. Trustee Sewell, you talked about the students. The students, that's the piece that really connects with me also, as I think of, okay, how do we balance it? Because there's, no matter what, when we come out of this process, everyone's not going to be happy. We wish we could do more. We wish we could do more things, but we have to try to find that balance between that. So thank you all for the conversation today. Thank you, Bill and the entire team for putting together. And this was the first conversation. We'll come back for action next month. And with that, we are adjourned for the Finance and Facilities Committee.